Did that not save the way that I wanted it to? What's up, Rogue Voyager? How you doing, brother? Alright, let's see here. I'm gonna assume my CDK is out of date. December 6, 2023. Yeah, fairly certain we're out of date, so let's download that real quick. Downloading cat cam. Who's your baby girl? Who's your baby girl? Who's your little cuddle fluff? Are you tired? Yo, what's going on, Pistolovic? Good to see you, brother. Who's got your fuzzy ears? Who's got the sweetest whiskers? Here's my co-pilot. Check out her beans. Those are her beans. Oh, yeah. Oh. Oh. She's like, you touch the beans, you get the means. All right, we are all downloaded, boys. Let's see here. Open file. And we need to close out of Warthunder. We are closed out of Warthunder. It does need to be closed when you move to install it. There we go. Install. Yes. Yep. Oh. Oh no, not me music. Not me music. Alright, we've got a couple of example files from Invader Pork about how to make messages. So here's the basic concept that we're going to be working on, boys. And this is going to be for one of our regularly scheduled events. I'm going to go ahead and run you guys through the concept so that we're all on the same page. No, that's way too blue. I'm just going to go with black. All right. So we've got ZimMap border. Yes. It's going to be I don't know what map we're going to do. Maybe there'll be some islands or something something similar. But for now, let's just assume it's open ocean. And we're going to have some Japanese aircraft carriers. So we're going to have an aircraft carrier force that's moving, you know, from a carrier-based PvP event. So we're going to have like a couple of carriers here that are protected Ooh. They're going to be protected by some Japanese naval spawns. Now what's going to happen is there's going to be a couple of waypoints that the carriers are moving to. So it's going to be like yay. Right, we're going to get a couple of carriers. We'll give them a nice like zigzag pattern, as if they are evading torpedoes, which is going to be important later. That's a tool for us to use later. And they're going to travel around the outside circumference of the map, yes? Just a couple of waypoints like so. And their goal is going to be to get here. Now, there are going to be some areas like so that will be associated with these waypoints. And as these waypoints get reached by any one of the Japanese carriers, these you know what? Hold on a second. I'm thinking we might actually go on the north side. These will be the spawns for players, Japanese naval assets. So there's going to be Japanese destroyers and some Japanese cruisers that will be driven by naval players. And when these waypoints are reached, these spawns will open up, going in the same direction as the carrier. And we're going to have an SP-based system, spawn point-based system, where the Japanese naval players are able to, as they do better and better, and as they earn more and more spawn points, they'll be able to bring in bigger and bigger cruisers. There will be a couple of like small Japanese escort ships that are controlled by AI that will accompany these aircraft carriers here, and we'll just represent them with a slightly smaller arrow, because the players themselves will be starting off in like weaker ships and gradually upgrading into bigger ships, but the strength of the aircraft carriers themselves will be supplemented at first by the presence of these AI cruisers, which will not replenish, and they'll end up being replaced by the Japanese players. Now, if any one of these three aircraft carriers reaches the star, the Japanese side will win. There will be, I'm thinking just a small amount of Japanese fighter aircraft. Maybe we can do, I'm thinking like 2 per carrier, so maybe like a total of 6, maybe actually 1 per carrier for a total of 3. I don't even know how many aircraft carriers we're going to do. We'll play around with it, but something like that, like a small task force, and then we'll have some AI fighters that also depart and will do the same thing, but they'll be way, way lower skill. Now, the Americans, They will be flying. They will be spawning in a couple of different places. They're going to start off over here. And then they'll probably, you know what? Maybe we'll just have one spawn for the Americans. That'll be maybe we'll just have one spawn for the Americans. That'll be kind of like somewhere at like the center of this like turn here. So the first attack kind of takes a little while to get to them, and then as they get around here, the attacks get you know, to kind of a minimum distance, and the U.S. aircraft will spawn here. Now this spawn is going to be a little different, so it's going to be, and what we might also do is have a higher altitude spawn that opens up later in the game, and that higher altitude spawn can be like here, maybe like here. Hold on. This is just the rough cut, so don't get too married. This is not to scale, so don't get too worried about this just yet. You know what? I actually do like it right there, because that'll kind of keep it in line. All right. So this is going to be a high spawn. And this one over here is going to be air low. Now, it's pretty bare bones basic here. So we're going to have an unlimited amount of Japanese naval players that can spawn in. If anybody, we just want to get as many people included as we can, and we'll have some basic Japanese ships. We can take a look at that now. Let me see. Warthunder wiki, Japan naval. So I'm thinking. It's going to be blue water only here. Obviously, I think we're going to include a reserve. So we're going to include something like this here. And let me actually, hold on, let's finish this up. Let's get into Warthunder again real quick and take a look at, I'm gonna need to take a look at some of their guns. You know, actually, we can worry about that later. Let's get back to the basic concept. So, Japanese aircraft carriers, a few Japanese AI cruisers that do not replenish, Japanese naval spawns for players. The first one actually needs to be, we need to make sure that we mark that here. So the first Japanese players will spawn in over here, in this little gap in here. What's up, Duck? And then as these waypoints get reached, like this spawn will close and this spawn will open. As this waypoint gets reached, this spawn will close and this spawn will open, and so on and so forth. The Japanese naval forces will only ever have one spawn open at a time, but they'll always have a spawn open. Now these right here, this one in particular isn't going to open This one's not going to be open until the second waypoint is reached. And this one is going to be immediately available. So we're going to have torpedo bombers spawning here. We're going to have dive bombers spawning here. But the dive bombers can't come in until the Japanese forces get here. And then they'll... But both of these spawns are going to be on like 5-minute interval timers, and we could play around with it, but I'm thinking just so these two spawns will become available every 5 minutes, and they'll be available for 30 seconds at a time. Meaning that when the US spawn in, they will all be spawning in within 30 seconds of each other. And then if you miss that 30-second window, you have to wait until the next wave. Now we're not going to be taking off, like the US are going to get air spawns. This one will be a high altitude, this one will be a low altitude. So the torpedo, like you could spawn it either. Both of them will be, you know, available for either. You could spawn a torpedo bomber up here if you wanted to, but then you just have to, you know, descend and dive, and the Japanese would be moving away from you. Over here, they'd be moving closer to you, so you'd have a shorter run, and you'd already be at your good altitude. You know, the dive bombers could spawn down here, but then they'd have to climb a whole bunch. Even though they'd be closer, they'd have to spend forever climbing in order to get to combat altitudes. But over here, they'd be spawning maybe at like, I don't know, maybe like 12,000, 14,000 feet, something like that. I'd say, let's call it 4,000 meters for now. And this one would be like, you know, 500 meters. Now, both of them will be available simultaneously. No. Not simultaneously. They'll be staggered. So the low spawn will be available for 30 seconds, and then 2.5 minutes later, the high spawn will be available for 30 seconds. And then 2.5 minutes later, the low spawn will be available for 30 seconds. That means that when you die, you'll be able to spawn in as many times as you want. The torpedo bombers will be free. The dive bombers will cost 1 spawn point. It'll be an extremely cheap thing, but it'll just kind of guarantee that nobody brings dive bombers in right from the start, and we get a bunch of people in torpedo bombers right away. There will be as many waves as is necessary. I will set the speed of the convoy and the waypoints in such a way that the game lasts a reasonable amount of time. I'm thinking total mission time from the time that we hit start until the game is over, I'm thinking 1 hour max. So if you guys have any if you guys have any feedback on that, let me know. The game could end sooner if the US managed to destroy all 3 Japanese aircraft carriers before the Japanese aircraft carriers reach this destination. But the time of travel from here to here, I'm thinking we're going to try to keep that to about 1 hour. And that's including all the zigzagging as well. The zigzags are going to be kind of mild, but they'll chew into the time. It's about twice the distance they got to travel. So the Japanese aircraft carriers will be moving pretty fast. We're probably going to set the maximum speed of the Japanese aircraft carriers to whatever the Japanese's lowest ship is, speed-wise, unmodified. So that even the most unresearched, brand newest naval player in a reserve ship can keep up. And then whatever that speed happens to be, we will we'll extrapolate that out to the path and we'll set the destination so that we can try to get somewhere around an hour. If the Japanese are able to survive for an hour, which would be how many waves would that be? Uh, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50, 55, 60. So you're talking 24 total waves of U.S. bombers coming in. If anybody in the U.S. bombers die on their attack, they will be able to respawn at the next interval and come in as many times as they want. If they are successful on their attack, there's nowhere to RTB to, so you can just J out or crash into the ocean or do whatever you got to do. No incentive for survival if you're able to, get your bomb off successfully. And what we'll probably do is make at least one of the carriers immune from damage until these 3 escorts are destroyed, just to make sure that the game's not ended here. To make sure that the game can at least go into here. This will be kind of the range in which we're not sure when the game is going to end. This will be kind of the critical leg here. And that's about it. That's what I'm thinking. Thoughts? Tobabs, you got any notes for me? Not a lot of moving parts in this one. We'll do a custom unit list. We'll do limited fighter slots for the Japanese side. And an SP, a spawn point based system for earning better ships and stuff like that. And maybe even an SP system of upgrade for the Japanese fighters as well. So before we get into the meat and potatoes of actually working on designing it, what are you thinking? No U.S. ships. I didn't plan on having any U.S. ships. That's definitely something that we might be able to do. Maybe put a U.S. ship spawn down here that opens up later in the match. That allows, but I'm thinking just put all the naval players on the Japanese side and let them shoot down aircraft. The reason we're gonna go against Japanese aircraft or Japanese aircraft carriers is because the Japanese Navy is not as strong when it comes to anti-aircraft. So player and AI, the AI for the Japanese naval, player-driven naval ships is not. They don't have great weapons. The AI on player ships is extremely effective, and there's nothing we can do about that other than asking players to take over manual control. So if we give people Fletchers and Somers and stuff like that, they're gonna obliterate the Japanese torpedo bombers. But U.S. bombers are a little tougher, just a bit beefier, and the Japanese weapons are slightly less effective in rate of fire, in ammunition type, etc., etc. To a point where I think it would be pleasing, it would be very challenging to shoot down all of the inbound bombers. So it's not just 20 people fucking dying to one fucking naval dude. You know what I mean? We gotta think about guys like Rowan, you know what I mean? He's definitely gonna play for the Japanese side, you know what I mean? And he's really good. I have not picked a map. Lower air spawn could be an air. It could be. Honestly, right now I'm thinking just open ocean. You know, especially just to simplify the pathing and whatnot. We could definitely do a map. It doesn't seem, at least with this basic concept, it doesn't seem like it's gonna matter too much, just because there's no incentive for survival for the U.S. side. For the U.S. side, the name of the game is going to be to like spawn in, get your attack done, and J out before the 5 minute interval hits, so that you don't have to wait another 5 minutes. You want to be freshly ready to go in every single wave. And the reason it's coming in waves is instead of worrying about everybody having to form up and take off and like, chewing into time, it's just the window is 30 seconds. So anybody who spawns, let's say 17 people spawn, those 17 people will all spawn within 30 seconds of each other, meaning that, they'll all be, close enough to party. Uh, they might not be perfectly formed up. They might not have time for that, but it'll be a glob of aircraft coming in waves. Now, one of the 17 aircraft might pull away and go his own different route, but for the most part, most of the players will spawn in and they'll beeline directly for the enemy carriers. And in so long as everybody does that, even if people have different speeds, slightly different ordinances, they'll all arrive at roundabout the same time. And there's no like restriction. If somebody does want to pull off and go his own way and do his own like by himself attack, there's no restriction for that, but you will be arriving late. You know what I mean? If you don't go directly for the carriers, you're going to be a minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes behind your wave that you spawned with, and you're going to incur the total brunt of the incoming fire. And all of your wingmen will probably be dead or jade out by then after expending their ordnance, and they'll be getting ready for the second wave. So there's no incentive to like take forever. You don't want to spend 20 minutes climbing or anything like that, which is why we're going to give these guys a high spawn. And it's just going to be a challenge. We could balance it as best we can, but at the end of the day, there's going to be a lot of unknown factors, and the big thing is I want to keep the moving parts really low, because I want to get as many people into it as possible and get a full 64 into the event, and performance may be an issue. So I don't want to load it down with a whole bunch of scripts or a whole bunch of like fancy assets like airfields and stuff like that might bog down the performance, because there's going to be a lot of naval players firing a lot of weaponry, and that already has a strain in and of itself. So yeah, and so we're gonna kind of keep it basic in the interest of kind of like testing the limit on this. And if we do run into lag, like let's say we have 25 Japanese naval players, and they're all firing all their anti-aircraft guns, and the servers just start chugging. What we can do is we can reset it. I can go back and we could put in a spawn limit, like an active unit limiter for some Japanese ships that seem to be kind of problems. Like if it runs smooth at first, and then all of a sudden people start upgrading into cruisers and stuff like that, and too many cruisers get in there, and there's too much rapid fire going on. Because we've seen that in EC battles, right? When there's like a couple of anti-aircraft ships and they're all firing their guns full bore, it just starts bogging down the server. And that's just with 32 players. So with 64, we're going to have to be a little careful with it, but we can do some like active class limitations or whatever we need to do to kind of like, put a bit of a stopgap in there for us. That's kind of what I'm thinking. And very simple, straightforward objective. There is freedom. Like, we're not going to sit there and like, hold everybody's hand and be like, okay, you guys have to go here. You have to wait. You got a taxi. You got to do. It's just going to be like instant action, straight away. We're ready to go. And what we might be able to do, to make it more like a movie, is have a big carrier take off like a separate event that's all of the U.S. aircraft taking off from an aircraft carrier. So if anybody, like, I might make a film out of it, and we can get some shots of just a bunch of like U.S. players, and we could do it afterwards, like after the actual main event, and be like, hey, anybody that has a TBD, SBD, or Corsair or something like that, like grab those and let's go to this other match. If you don't have them, then the event's done for you. Anybody who does have U.S. fighters or bombers or whatever, like bring them in. We're going to spawn in on this aircraft carrier and just load up this aircraft carrier deck, and we'll all launch off and fly around in formation a little bit. But we'll do that like after the event with anybody who's able to, like, has extra time. And yeah, like maximum runtime for the actual event itself, like 60 minutes. I feel like there's like an upper threshold to how long this can be entertaining for. I think it'll be really cool to see 30, 40 torpedo bombers all coming in to attack, and being on the receiving end of that attack and seeing those bombers coming in and trying to shoot at them desperately, and then all of a sudden there's like 25 torpedoes in the water. I think it'll be really cool. After an hour, you're probably going to be like, okay, we get it. So, kind of just keeping that in mind. Like, I don't want this to go for 2 or 3 hours. Like, after 2 or 3 hours, I feel like people are gonna be like, I don't feel like spawning again. So, yeah. Anyway, that's what I'm thinking. So, stew that around in your brain for a little bit, Tobabis. I'm gonna get started on the CDK part of it, and just give me your thoughts and stuff like that. I'm gonna keep this up over here just as a template to work off of, and what I'm hoping to do is to test out Invader Pork's what you call it, we could definitely do that, Tobabis. Yeah. We could like at the regular, yeah, absolutely. That's a fucking great idea. We can have like a couple of dive bombers that spawn in, with the rest of the dive bombers, just to give the players something. So if they don't know where the enemy aircraft carriers are, it's like, hey, when you spawn in, you're gonna see like a couple of you're gonna see like maybe 15 AI in formation already, and they'll be heading to the target. Just find them, follow them. You know what I mean? And then when you see them dive, you dive with them, and then like follow them to the target. Whatever, and we could just tell them like, attack the aircraft carriers and give them like crappy bombs or something like that. So it's not that big of a deal, and that'll be a good balancing point as well. I think. Godly, babe. All right, so let's go with open ocean. AVN needs to be a naval map. Where is open water? Tobabis, do you know what it's called? There's water, there's straight up water, but is there a naval version? Maybe we could do one of these naval maps. Let's see. No, we don't want to do North Sea. No, hold on. AVN. Let's see. Peleliu might work. AVN Japan. Fiji might work. Let's see what Fiji looks like. What's up, baby? Sorry, babe. No, this is one of those, this is not what we want. And this is way too small of a range, I think. I don't know. Let me see. North Coast. Let's check out Coral Islands. Oh, that's definitely not it. That is absolutely not the one. Avian, check out Peleliu. This definitely has the range. This definitely has the area to work with. Alright, let's look north to south real quick. I'm not too worried about historical context or anything like that. What I'm thinking is we've got our... Like if we look at this top down and we match this up with like what we're looking at with our template here. So start, path, end. What if we did like the Japanese coming in like here and then wrapping around like this? Or even just, maybe not even have the land there. And just have the land in the background. And just have them like start, wrap, and end. Like a little curve like this, just whoop, bam. And like the carriers are racing to like this area. I wonder if there's any airfields, intrinsic airfields on these island here. Like air spawn, like, you know, like a bunch of land-based fighters are over here, and if the aircraft carriers are able to get within range of the fighters, like, you know, once they get like towards their last waypoint, like just a bunch of Japanese AI fighters spawn in over here. They don't even need to take off from an airfield. We don't need an airfield, but like this being basically like home base for the Japanese to a point where when they get close enough, when they're within like range of the Japanese land-based fighters, all of a sudden, you know, they take off, and like that's how it ends for the Americans. It's like, hey, the Japanese have reached their destination and you need to kill them before they get to that destination, and if you don't, there's going to be a fuck ton of Japanese fighters that spawn in, that scramble and come in and try to save their aircraft carriers. Instead of just the carriers like skirting into, you know, home plate right there at the end and having it be like, oh, mission fail, you know, the carriers reached the star, game over, which is kind of unsatisfying. You know, that somebody's like, man, I was literally 30 seconds from dropping my torpedo, and that aircraft carrier was the last one, and it was listing, and I could have killed it, but it just fucking slid right across home plate. Instead of having it end like that, it's like, hey, if they're able to like get to this waypoint being like sortie distance for these AI land-based Japanese fighters, all of a sudden it's like, bam, here they come, and it's like, now you gotta like try to kill these fucking aircraft carriers, and then we just like, you know, shut off the air spawns, and it's like, you know, if you're on your last life, you're on your last life. Good fucking luck. Something like that. So it's more of like a pleasing defeat. You know what I mean? Where it's not just over like, oh, fucking ticket bleed. You know what I mean? It's like over from overwhelming force showing up. Like hell, even Even having like a Japanese AI naval task force like sailing around this side and like meeting the carriers, you know, and like bulking up their numbers and shit like that. Like they just like they would just like spawn in. They'd like be like waiting back here behind this island, and then when the Japanese carriers get to a certain point, they just steam out towards their own carriers and start like following them. And it's just like, all right, we got to call off the attack. We took too long. The Japanese linked up with their task force. They got fighter cover now. Like there's no way. It's kind of where my head's at. What are you thinking? Again, I'm trying to keep it relatively simple, but something like that. Now the question, Tobabis, is where is my template? Do you know where I left my template? I'm pretty sure I have a CDK file somewhere on this fucking desktop. I just have to find it. Yeah, it's right there. All right, I got a whole bunch of them here. I got a template right here. Do you have a better template? Or are we working off the same template? Take a look at my template and let me know if oh, look at him go. Desktop. This is the one I've been using forever, and I know it works. This is probably the one that Pork uses. Yeah, all the spawns and crap over here. We're gonna delete all this stuff. Like the airfields. We're gonna delete all those. So, let's grab this, grab the areas, this. Yeah, I think we've all been working off this same templates for a hot minute. All right, we'll leave all those guys in the middle of the islands. The middle of those islands aren't going to be important at all. Path-wise, like before I get started on this, Tobabis, path-wise, you thinking what I'm thinking, like, you know, kind of start the Japanese off over here and wrap them around like so, kind of like from west to east, or from left to right, technically from south to north, coming in like this, and then having like this kind of be their final destination? Or do you think we should orient it another way? Because that is important before I get too invested in placing assets and waypoints and shit. Or do you want to look at the map any other kind of way? There's a lot of options here. Like we could reverse the thing and kind of have it coming in from like, I don't think it matters all that much. I'm thinking just like start them kind of out here and wrap them up like this. And just do a nice little curve. And like this would be pretty close to like where the US torpedo bombers are spawning. And then a high altitude spawn would be like somewhere over here. Like kind of where the Japanese aircraft carriers came from, sort of deal. So we get that nice like anvil attack. You know, where you got the dive bombers coming in and the torpedo bombers coming in. And not everybody in torpedo bombers is going to be able to upgrade into the dive bombers. Like, you know, if they get shot down, they're not going to get any spawn points. The dive bombers will cost 1. And then we could have like a unit limiter for the dive bombers as well, so that it's not too many people in dive bombers. So we could keep that torpedo bomber force kind of beefed up. Maybe we could have like a maximum of like 12 dive bombers. And then if you don't get into the dive bomber wave, then you have to like wait for the torpedo wave or something like that. But we can get into that with like, you know, balancing and shit. All right. Let us delete the battle area. Let us delete the capture area. And let us delete the spawn logic here. All right. Now, we do need to get into Warthunder for a minute because we need to start looking at vehicles. And one vehicle in particular, we need to look at the reserve Japanese destroyer. The one that everyone for sure can use. And I need to see like what the speed is in sim with no upgrades. You know, because we don't want, however fast that thing can go with no upgrades in sim, like we gotta assume, well, hold on. The reserve one, does it come spaded? Does anyone know if the reserve destroyers come spaded? I cannot remember for the life of me. I want to say that they don't come fully spaded, but I want to say that they come with some like baseline upgrades. Either way, we can base it on having no modules. Can you check, Tobobs? Do you mind? That would be extremely beneficial to see like what their baseline. It's unspaded. I know it's not spaded, Urban Hangman, but doesn't it start with some like bare bones basics? Because like I'm still upgrading mine. Like I want to say that you don't have to get everything. I want to say that it starts off with some upgrades right away. So let's start by taking everything off of it. And let's just assume that nobody has nothing. And this is the big reason that we're going to be using the Japanese as the naval defenders, is because they only have these timed shells. Yeah, let's see how fast this thing is when it has absolutely no fucking upgrades whatsoever. Let's take this thing into sim battles. If I remember correctly, all tech tree, including reserve, had nothing unlocked. Got it. All right. I need to put vehicle modifications on current, right? A vehicle from your hangar with all currently mounted modifications. Yeah, current. All right. Let's take this thing into a test sail. No modifications. Accelerate to maximum speed. And let's see how fast she goes. Yeah, this thing would... Imagine trying to defend from a giant wave of torpedo bombers with this thing. So she's not terribly slow. We're up to 28 knots, 29 knots, 30 knots, 31 knots. We're kind of capping out. .31 knots. Completely unmodified, this thing's got 31 knots under its belt. So I think we could set the carrier speed at 30 knots, which is a pretty fast fucking speed. Alright, so somebody remember that. Remember that number, 31. Now, we do want to give some upgrades. So hold on, this thing on the stat card it says 31 knots. I guess the stat card's pretty true. This has got 36 knots. This has 29.1 knots. So remember that on the Fubuki. This has 29.9, but we will not use this because this is a US destroyer. 29.9. So far the Ayanami is our slow boy at 29.1. So our speed for the carriers right now, we're probably going to put them at 29. The Hatsuharu, or the Ninohai, is sitting at about 28 knots. That's 35, 38, 36, 28.2. Alright, so 28.2 is our slowest one now. And is that... Let's take the modifications off. Alright, nothing else affects speed. Yeah, 28.2 still. So we're okay there. Let me put the modifications back on my reserve buoy. Alright, and then we start getting up in the cruisers. So the Keiko's got 30 knots, so we're okay. So the Akizuki is still our slowest. The Kuma's sitting at 28.2, so we're okay there. 29.9, 29.9, 28.2. Alright, so I'm thinking our reference, or just our base reference speed will be 28 knots. Here's 28.2 again. Alright, so that's pretty good information. And any big ships that are slower than that, like, you know, fucking Setsu, like, we're just not going to include that. We probably will stop it. Like, we won't have any battleships whatsoever. We don't want a random battleship just, like, showing up. But we'll probably allow people to get into, like, maybe... I don't know. You think towards the end we should have people, like, being able to get into, like, Mogamis and shit like that? Or do you think we should keep it small? Big thing. Somebody told me this, and I don't know if it's true, but they said that the game is now fixed, and if you launch a scout off of... There used to be a bug where if you tried to launch a float plane in sim mode for naval, it didn't work. It would crash your game because there's no cockpit for the aircraft, and the game didn't know what to do for you. So let's test that out now. So let's launch a scout off our side here. Yeah. All right, it just gives you the old virtual cockpit. All right. So 28 knots. 28 knots is what we're working with. Let's get back into the files. We're gonna have ending destination here. So at 28.2 knots, how far is it? Let's see, let's draw a box. Let's get our handy dandy ruler here. Alright, we got area 1. Let's drop area 1 to the ground. Alright, area 1's altitude needs to be... Area 1's altitude needs to be 0. Alright, perfect. Area 1's altitude is now 0. Alright, let's drag Area 1 out and make it longer. Let's rotate it a bit. Make it longer again. Alright, here's our ruler. Now, alright. Now we've got 57 kilometers from one end of that box to the other box. We got 57,161 meters. So we're talking 57 kilometers. That's pretty fucking far. Now, time for math, which I am bad at. So let's go 28 knots to kph. 28 knots is 51 kph. Oh, low stick. That's super easy. Google's great for that. So what we're gonna do is, no worries, Tobabis. Take care, brother, man. Go take care of your head. All right. Let's see if we've got 57,000 meters divided by 51 kph. Would that take 1,117? That can't be right. Hold on. How long does it take to travel 57 kilometers at 51 kilometers per hour? There we go. Speed 51 kilometers per hour, distance 57. 1 hour, 7 minutes. What did I get here? 1 hour divided by... I don't know how I did this. I was dividing 57,000 by 51. 57, yeah. I'm an idiot. 1.11. Perfect. Told you I was bad at math, therapy. Thank you. Alright. We want the mission to last about an hour. So, that's actually a pretty decent distance. Now, we're going to have it curved, so we need it to not be quite that long, but the ending destination is also quite flexible. We are going to have some zigzagging, and it will be curved. So I'm thinking, just using this as kind of a frame of reference, what we're going to do is come to this end, and, with the curve plus with the zigzagging, let's remove about 1/5 of this box ish. So I'd say to right about here. Right about there. And we will start the Japanese aircraft carriers right in this area here. So let's get one Japanese CV down. Oh, hey baby girl, sorry. Alright, Therapy GR. Give me just a second. Let me put this thing down while I got it in my head. And I will show you the template of what we're working on. What we're working on is an event for the community to do, a PvP event. So right about here, right about on this yellow line, we're going to go inside of the yellow line because sometimes those splines can kind of fuck with the ship pathing, and we don't want that. So we're going to go slightly north of that line here, and we're going to get tail end Charlie aircraft carrier. Just as a reference, we're going to put them right about here. Right about there. Alright. Now right now it's a buoy, but we don't want a buoy. We want an aircraft carrier. So Japan. IJN CV. We've got the Hiryu. It's a fucking cool looking carrier. And we're gonna face you north. So let's get you oriented correctly. Bam. We're gonna face you that away. Nice big flat top to hit. Beautiful. Beautiful looking aircraft carrier there. Now we can delete our reference box here. All right, let's show therapy what we're working on. All right, excuse my paint skills, but this is the very basic template of what we're working on. So what we got here, therapy, what we're going to be building, it should not take me terribly long. It's been a little while since I've worked with CDK, so there might be a lack of familiarity. But what we're going to do is make a PvP event for the simulation and naval communities to do together. That is going to be Japanese naval. This dude's got shapes, bro. I got pentagons, I got octagons, I got hexagons, I got starbursts, I got arrows, I got stars that aren't bursting. Bro, I got a lot. I don't think there's a single octagon on here. Disregard the octagon. So what we got, a bunch of shapes here. These big red arrows, these are our aircraft carriers. These are our Japanese aircraft carriers. I got 3 on there. I don't know if it's going to be 3. But some amount of Japanese aircraft carriers, let's just call it 3 for now, and then some smaller Japanese AI cruisers that are escorting those aircraft carriers. They will be traveling at 28 knots. Their goal at 28 knots is to travel on these orange waypoints. They're going to be zigzagging left, right, left, right, left, right, so on and so forth. And they're going to curve around in that zigzag pattern and try to get to their destination. Their destination is going to be near the islands of Peleliu, where a larger Japanese task force will be waiting to, or it was going to be racing to them to help them, because, you know, this Japanese aircraft carrier task force is going to be under attack. What's up, Corn? These guys are going to be getting attacked. They're going to be radioing ahead saying, we need help. The U.S., you know, are attacking us. And they're going to be running from left to right. When they get to this destination down here, that's going to activate the another Japanese task force with battleships, heavy cruisers, so on and so forth, that's coming out to meet the Japanese aircraft carriers, and the island of Peleliu will launch a bunch of AI Japanese fighters that will come in and also try to protect those aircraft carriers. But while they're out here, like while they're in transit, it's just them. So all the battleships, all the fighters, the only fighters that'll come up will be the players that can launch off of the aircraft carriers, a small amount of AI that can launch off the aircraft carriers, and the naval players that spawn at the escort spawns. That's what this darker red little hexagon is this will be the first spawn for the Japanese naval players, and then any Japanese fighters will be spawning on the actual carriers themselves, whichever carrier they want. And the carriers will also be shooting out some AI fighters at regular intervals to try to like beef up the air. As the aircraft carriers reach the waypoints, it'll close down the previous spawn and it'll open up the new spawn. So when the aircraft carriers get here, this will be the spawn for the Japanese escorts. When the aircraft carriers get here, this will be the spawn for the Japanese escorts. So on and so forth all the way down the path until they get to their final destination. Now, that's the Japanese side, right? Japanese side, their only goal is to get from point A to point B with their aircraft carriers intact, or at least one aircraft carrier intact. All of the pathing, all of the logic is going to be based off of the aircraft carriers' positions. So if the aircraft carriers get disabled or get sunk or, you know, have their rudders jammed or anything like that that causes them to not be able to make it to their destination, the U.S. side wins. And the U.S. side is going to be spawning in 2 areas. They're going to have a low spawn. This will be their very first spawn. They'll have only torpedo bombers available. The torpedo bombers will be free, limitless. You can spawn them in as many times as you want. You have infinite torpedo bombers. Dive bombers, by contrast, will cost 1 spawn point, and they might be limited in how many we can have. There will be AI torpedo bombers and dive bombers spawning at these 2 locations at regular intervals. The intervals are going to be, right now I'm just thinking 5 minutes. And when that 5-minute interval hits, what happens is this spawn, every 5 minutes, this spawn will become available for 30 seconds. Meaning that when you spawn in, there's a 30-second window where everyone else can spawn in. And then once that 30-second window has transpired, if you missed it, you can no longer spawn until the next window opens up. And then another 30-second window will open in which everybody could spawn. So the US will be coming in waves. Instead of onesies, twosies, like, let's say Korn rushes in and he dies, and then he spawns in, but everybody else is still alive, and then, like, we all end up, instead of coming in together, we're all, like, just staggered out, and we just got, like, a long line of torpedo bombers, and the Japanese are just, like, mopping us up because there's too few of us, right? So in order to keep the US together without wasting a lot of time, it's just going to be interval spawning. So every 5 minutes, the spawn becomes available for 30 seconds. And even if you bring different ordnance, different fuel amounts, or you have different upgrades, you're not going to have very far to fly. And, you know, we might not be in, like, perfect formation or anything like that. The AI will be out there with us. They will spawn with us, and they will head to the target. So all we have to do is follow the AI to the target and then attack with them. And once you attack, once you release your ordnance or you die, you just wait for the next window to open up, which, if you made it in with the AI and you got your attack off, it should be relatively immediately. So, like, if you get all the way to the carriers and you drop your torpedo and then you J out, by the time you get back to the spawn screen, you should be able to immediately spawn in again. If you take longer, like if you decide to take a detour or something like that, you might end up getting desynchronized with everybody else. You might miss the spawn window. You just wait 3 or 4 minutes for the next spawn window to open up, and then you'll be with everybody again. So the game is going to mechanically, passively keep everybody together. No matter how much people try to go their own way and do their own thing, nothing's going to stop you from doing that, but the game will just be constantly bringing us back together. So there'll just be a big chunk of players coming in, dying in their own times, dropping in their own times, taking their own path, and then we all come back in again in the same spot. Now the dive bombers will be able to spawn up here at the high altitude spawn. And what they're going to do is, this is not going to be available until the Japanese aircraft carriers have gotten to at least the second waypoint, is what I'm thinking. And so dive bombers are kind of like later in the game. Very, very powerful equipment. They're going to be spawning in at like 10,000, 11,000, 12,000 feet, something like that. But same logic every 5 minutes. But these 2 spawns are going to be staggered by 2.5 minutes. So for every 5 minutes, this spawn is open for 30 seconds. Then 2.5 minutes later, this spawn's open for 30 seconds. And then 2.5 minutes later, this spawn's open for 30 seconds. And it's just going to keep bouncing back and forth, back and forth. So if you are able to get an attack off, like if you're able to hit somebody with a torpedo, or you're able to shoot somebody down with your tail gun or something like that, and you're able to get some spawn points, and you have dive bombers available, you can use this spawn, and you'll have twice as many opportunities to spawn in. But if you're struggling, then you keep doing torpedo bombers until you get a lucky hit or something like that. I don't know how to answer your question, Korn, other than how I'm answering it right now. There's no name for this. It's just a Japanese aircraft carrier PvP event. So this is the basic template. There's not a lot of moving parts to it. Runtime is gonna be. I'm gonna attempt to calibrate this to be about an hour long. Yeah, said Cord. Yeah, this is custom, bro. This is super custom. This is about as custom as it comes, man. If this was a game mode in the actual game, show me where that is. The enemy will be players and AI on both sides. There will be some AI torpedo bombers, there will be some AI dive bombers, there will be some AI escort fighters, there will be some player escort fighters, there will be some player dive bombers, there will be some player torpedo bombers. For the Japanese Navy, there will be some AI escort ships, there will be some player driven escort ships. There will be some Japanese player flown fighters, and there will be some AI flown Japanese fighters operating from the carriers. So it's a mix of everything. The AI are there to kind of like soak up hits and shit like that. And that's about it. Yeah, World War II era props. Low tier torpedo bombers, SBDs, shit like that. Maximum 64, hopefully 64. There's no place. Fictional corn. This is not historical by any means. This is simply a PvP event for us to enjoy. All right. Now we got about 28 knots being 51 kilometers per hour. So we've got to remember that. Now we need to work on the waypoints. So I don't know, Corn. It'll probably be scheduled with the regular events that with the regular event schedule. This is going to be given to Krabs, and Krabs is going to schedule it. So our destination is over there. And we're going to be zigzagging just a little bit. So what I'm going to do is, let me see, what's a reasonable distance? I'm thinking about 5 kilometer intervals. Let's see what 5 kilometers looks like. The Japanese fighters can land on the carriers if they want. There's going to be no advantage to doing it. They can do it for style points if they feel like it, but they'll be able to just J out. Now, if they're there will be Snowman. There will be a spawn point based system where you start off in like weaker Japanese fighters, and those are free, and you could bring those in as many times as you want. So like if you get your wing clipped off or you run out of ammunition or something like that in your low tier Japanese fighter, there's no reason to run back to the carrier and try to like get it fixed. You could just J out and spawn again and get back into the fight right away. Don't want to waste a lot of people's time having to do that. But as you earn spawn points throughout the mission, you'll be able to unlock slightly better fighters that you'll spend your spawn points on. And once you do that, there will be a sense of self-preservation. So let's say you get into like a nice 0, and you used up all your spawn points on it, and you run out of ammunition. At that point, kind of halfway through the game, 3/4 of the way through the game, you may be more inclined to try to land on any carriers that you have left in order to replenish your ammunition, as opposed to J'ing out if you don't have the spawn points remaining. But players can kind of do with that what they will, and kind of make their own decision. If there's gonna be like no rules when it comes to that, people just kind of do their thing. All right, 25. Where in the hell? Where in the hell did that fucking circle just go? Oh, radius is down here. I was setting the wrong thing. All right, radius 2500. So this circle right here is about 5. It's not about. It's 5 kilometers in diameter. No, Corn. I'm not saying any of that. This has nothing to do with history whatsoever. This is not alternate history. This is not historically inspired. That's what I'm thinking, Vanguard. Every 5 kilometers for those waypoints is that 5 kilometers is short in naval distance, but is that enough for zigzagging? Seems okay. I mean, we can tweak it, but that's kind of what I'm thinking. Is what we're gonna do is we're gonna copy this thing over, and we're gonna use these as frames of reference. So let's okay. So these are 5 kilometer circles. We're going about 55 kilometers, so we need 11 of them. So here's 11. And then we need this frame of reference to curve towards the island. So what we're going to do is we're going to have it straight at first, and then right about on this one here, we're going to start the reference curve. So we're going to bring this guy like that. That's already too much on the curve. I can already tell. Let's reduce the rate of that. These are just wireframes for me to reference off of. To base this zigzagging off of, we're going to bounce kind of back and forth within these circles. And we may recycle these as the triggers for something like this. Right? I think we don't need this one or this one. Right? So the general path that the aircraft carriers follow will be whoop, but they'll be kind of bing 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 bing, sort of zigzagging back and forth within those orbs. And if they reach this final orb, consider this final orb to be this yellow star. And all of the other orbs, the center of them being these waypoints. So here's our orbs and our zigzag, boop 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 until we get to our star. Now, like I was saying earlier, for those of you guys who weren't here, in order to end this thing, the Japanese winning the game, their version of winning the game is getting here without dying, right? They've got about an hour to do it. It's going to take, by my math, it's an hour and 7 minutes. I think that's a good runtime for the event. I think if we go too much longer than an hour, it gets a little like, all right, we fucking get it. Like, you know what I mean? Like, how many fucking times do it? Like, you don't want to do this for 2 hours. You want to do this for about an hour and 10 seems about right. But the game is not going to end just because the Japanese aircraft carriers cross the finish line. Like, to me, that's a little unsatisfying. That's like ticket bleed. You know what I mean? Like, you know, the enemies cap all 3 objectives, and your team ends up like turning things around, but like right before you're able to get to the objective to decap it, you know, ticket bleed ends the game, and it's like, bro, if the game went 5 more minutes, we would have won, right? So we're not going to do it like that. It's not going to be some invisible line in the sand and all of a sudden the Japanese aircraft carriers cross that line and the Americans get this, oh, mission failed, fuck you message, right? That's a little anticlimactic. So what I'm thinking is, the way that the Japanese win isn't by getting to the destination. It's by getting to the destination and living long enough. Them reaching the quote-unquote destination is the triggering event that will summon more support, in the form of like some Japanese battleships, like a whole nother Japanese task force sailing opposite direction around here and meeting them in this area, and a big Japanese Air Force armada taking off from this island and flying out to cover them, like land-based fighters that could not cover them while they were out there because it was too far, but in here they're within like air cover range, and all of a sudden like 30 or 40 AI fighters show up and start mowing down the last remaining torpedo bombers. The Japanese battleships and heavy cruisers show up and they start shooting down any of the struggling US fighters. And basically, like, if you're able to survive the onslaught and there's one more carrier and it's listing violently and it's like it just needs one more fucking bomb run, and you get in there and you pull off the shot, like, you win the game. But if all three Japanese aircraft carriers die, bam, game's over. Like, US side wins, Japanese side loses. Like, that'll be the victory condition for the game. And by virtue of the Japanese reaching this final waypoint, that will stop the trigger of the US being able to respawn in. And whoever's left alive will get to finish out their mission. And then once you die, you can spectate the final few players that are left alive, and they'll just have overwhelming odds. And if they're able to pull it off, great. If not, then they lose. So that's our general shape there for our path of travel. And it's 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50 kilometers that the Japanese are going to be traveling at 28 knots. There's going to be some extra distance. It's more like 60 kilometers that they're going to be doing at 28 knots. So let's call it like 60 kilometers. It's about 1.2 hours. With an extra 10 kilometers in there for the zigzag. So let's work on that zigzag. I just found this. In special circumstances where excessive danger of submarine attack exists, frequent speed changes may be made while zigzagging, and provision may be made for the use of different speeds while on different legs of zigzag plan. By running their shafts at different speeds, individual ships may confuse submarines endeavoring to estimate speed by a propeller count. The difference in shaft speed should vary by as much as 3 knots. I cannot differ the shaft speeds. Maybe I can. I don't know how. But I think the zigzagging should be sufficient. So let's work on the waypoints. We have we have the wire mesh for the waypoints. So what we're going to do is we're going to place one set of waypoints for the Japanese aircraft carriers, and then everything else will be based off of this. So what I'm thinking is we're going to go first to the right, and then to the left. And then to the right. And then to the left. And then again to the right. Once more to the left. And then to the right. And then to the left. Number 1 or number 2? And then final waypoint, they will continue to crawl with whatever steam they have left. They will retreat back here behind these islands that are providing so much extra protection for them. So they will come sailing straight back here. But the game, I mean, they're never going to reach that last waypoint. That's perfect, Vanguard. It's good. I didn't know that they varied their shaft speeds like that. I did not mean to make it sound like I was unappreciative of the information I was just trying to think how I could incorporate that, and I determined that I cannot. that's about where I'm at with that. Alright, let's select this waypoint. Oh, shit. Stop creating waypoints. But we're going to move this one kind of like that. And this one's going to move kind of like that. Right about like that, yeah. Perfect. Okay. So we've got approximately our little waypoints there, right? Let me see if I can turn off the splining. Yeah, that helps a lot. We don't need to see the boundaries and stuff anymore. It's just hurting my fucking eyes. You do on personal. I don't know how to make AI do it. There might be a way. I don't know how. That's the issue for me. Players can do whatever the fuck they want. But yeah, you can go into like manual engine control for the ships, and if you guys want to fucking asymmetrize your propeller shafts, fucking knock yourselves out. That's fine with me. But there will be no submarines. I wish there'd be submarines. Like, we have submarine assets. It'd be really cool if we could use them. I can do, Vanguard. That I'm already bad enough at math. You saw what I had to Google earlier to figure out how long this mission was gonna be, so I don't want to fuck around with speed differences too much. What's the thing in my headset? Great fucking question, Red Ox. Hold on. It is called Track IR, and it is a head tracker that allows me to look around in Warthunder. And if you want to see more about how it works, it's super awesome. I love it. I use it in Sim all the time. Here is a video. Here's a video that explains it in great detail. All right, so we got our basic line for our ships. Let's put splining on. It's $150. Low stick, you know we had player controlled submarines, and not the April Fool's event. Like you know we had like were you here for the U-boat event? It was fucking sweet, dude. It was super sweet. It was actually really well balanced. It was a lot of fun. I really enjoyed it. I wish they would bring it back. If they were doing that for a test, consider the test a success. Please bring that back. It was such a cool game mode. All right. So you can kind of see the curviness of the path there, which does not look too extreme. That spline right there is a little extreme. All right, so that's why we put on the splining there. That one right there is a fair bit too extreme, so we're going to move that last waypoint just a bit. I know it seems like I'm being tedious here, but everything is going to be based off of these waypoints. So I got to get the first set right, because I'm just going to copy and paste that ship like 8 times, and all of this logic will be carried over. So you see how we come off this curve here, and then we fucking and then we come back. Like that's way too much. So what we're going to do is we're going to grab this waypoint here, and we're going to soften that curve quite a bit. That looks a little bit better, but I think we can improve it even more by just bringing this guy in just a bit, and maybe sliding this guy in just a bit. We don't want to just we don't want it to be chaos out there. Like, the players are going to be worried about shooting down aircraft. They're going to have a lot going on. We don't want the fucking aircraft carriers making 90-degree turns and like fucking them up, you know what I mean? So That's why we've done that. Now, the next big goal is going to be to shift this fella here and point him more appropriately towards his first waypoint. We had him facing due northbound before, but now we're going to kind of get him sailing kind of more bow at the waypoint so he does not miss it. All right, this is going to be center carrier. Center carrier. Carrier center. All right. We've got waypoint number 1. Let me see waypoints. Make sure that's called waypoint number 1. And that's called waypoint number 2. Perfect. All right. So then this is going to be area 1, area 2. Perfect. Everything's already named. The naming scheme worked out great. Number-wise, that's area 10. And that should be waypoint 10. Perfect. We are fucking on course, on glide path, baby. Now comes the fun part. Is copying this. So we're gonna grab this ship here. Yeah. Which is another reason we don't want the carriers to be turning too much. They're only turning every 5 kilometers. But low speed combined with very infrequent turns, I just think it's I think it's very unsatisfying to have the carriers just driving straight the entire time while they're under extremely heavy attack. You know what I mean? Like, so we are gonna have them do a bit of the zig, a bit of the zag. All right, so that's center carrier. We're going to take you, and we are going to copy you, like, hold on, I'm going to cancel this. How far away should the carriers be from one another? I'm thinking, you guys thinking about 1 kilometer? Like, You think 1 kilometer oughta Google it? Let me see. This is where I need Sky Shark. World War II carrier formation. Japanese carrier formation. Carrier battle group. That's not what we want. First Air Fleet, will that do it? Let's see if we can find an image. I'm not really worried about the formation. I'm worried about the spacing. I want them, I feel like 1 kilometer should be about good enough for them to not interfere with one another and still be within like AA range without them being comically close. I'm just gonna fucking go with it. We'll fucking edit it in post, baby. So let's get a orb on our fella here, and our radius is going to be 1,000. Yeah, I feel like they'd be about 4 or 5 ship lengths apart from each other. I feel like that's pretty appropriate. This is going to be named lead starboard carrier. And this is going to be our lead port carrier. Alright, and we're going to go with 3 for now, so all of the waypoints and splining have copied over. And with the ships traveling at the same speed, on the exact same waypoints, starting away from each other by 1 kilometer, there may be some unaccounted for collisions at some point or another. I will put them on, I will give them logic to avoid collisions. However, that can be kind of shaky. The AI is not great at avoiding collisions, but they will at least try. But for example, if you guys bomb one of the lead carriers and you take out one of its engines and it slows down by 3 knots, you know, one of the carriers coming up behind it might ram it or scrape by it or something like that at some point in the mission. But hopefully with the slower speeds and whatnot and a bit of AI collision avoidance, they'll do their best. And it's also whatever, dude. Like, if it happens, it happens. It's the chaos of battle, so it's fucking fine. Now we're not gonna go with the same type of ship. I don't think. I think it'd be cooler if we had like different looking aircraft carriers, like distinctly aesthetically different looking aircraft carriers. So we've got the Soryu, we've got the Hiryu, and then they do need to be high def models. The Ruyo. Oh shit, that one's nice. I didn't. But is that's not high def? Never mind. I thought that was high. Is this one high def? This one is not high def either. How much do we? This one is high def. Let's see if we can find some high def options. So they'll have the proper damage models and stuff. It'd be really cool if we could get some of these other ships, but they don't have damage models for all these. The Zuikaku is that? I cannot tell. I need to look at. I don't think that's high def. We can change this later. It's a matter of if it has damage models or not. This doesn't look high def. But it'll look great from the air. Like, you know, having the big red circle on one. Having the wind indicator on the front of that one. I like this one too, but this one's definitely not fucking high def. I don't think we're going to have a high detail damage model in this one. And considering that they are the main focus of the event, I feel like having a good damage model is more important than having different aircraft carriers. This one does not look to be high def either. Oh, fucking Jesus. Camera. And you can kind of look at the turrets and tell, like, that's... Alright, none of them may be. Hold on. Yeah, I gotta go to the Japanese carrier. What's up, Invader Pork? I'm glad you're here, dude. So it's the it's the Shakaku. We might be able to have one that's different. So, Invader Pork, this one being low res, if you hit this one's just going to be hit point based, right? It's not going to be. This is not going to show like damage, bombs coming through, torpedo hits. Like we're not going to get the like X-ray cam type situations with something like this. Is that correct? Because that's the deciding factor. I want all low res, and if you hit a low res ship, there's no like torpedo strike or bomb strike indicator. Is that correct? I'm fairly certain that's the way that it works, but it's been a while since I've tested it, so. I would love to have different aircraft carriers, but we may just end up using the same high res one. Hey, the baby girl. So let's just load them up as Shukakus. 07 Dictor. Good to see you, my guy. You get just a hit indicator, but the bomb and torpedo effects still show. What do you think, Invader Pork? Like, do you think we should have like aesthetically different aircraft carriers, or do you think we should go with the high res ones? They are the main focus. Like we could have a couple high res ones and like maybe one low res one. Ooh, spread out the pink PP. Oh yeah, let's go, dude. Let's lower the cost of VIP. 119,000. Done. Set. Checked. A little hail hydrate, thank you kindly. Like, I would love to have one different one. Variety is the spice of life. I agree. I think we can afford to have at least one that looks distinctly different. Low res will definitely look better sinking, gun effects, and harder to kill. Are you talking about the high res one will look better sinking, gun effects, and harder to kill? I think it'd be nice to have at least one carrier that's like way fucking different, like with the big rising fucking sun right there. And these two just being sister ships. I think I can live with that. Yeah, if they start making more yeah, exactly, right? Okay. I think again, it's super easy to swap out the models, so we're not married to this. If we test it out and we decide that this thing sucks, we could just go back. But we got two Shikakus, two high resers, one low reser, and the low reser is like it's like the safest one out of the bunch. It's the one that's like the furthest from the enemy. So, we'll see. What's up, alphanumeric spam? Good to see you, brother. All right, we're going to take our reference mesh frame here, and we're going to put it in the center of the lead carriers here, and we're going to expand the distance out to 2 kilometers. Yeah, a little CDK. Get it? Okay. I see you, baby girl. I know. Have I been doing too much CDK? Do you need a little attention? Is this what you need? You're a little antsy? Oh, it's a baby girl. Who's your baby girl? Who's your baby girl? Oh, she's so soft. So alphanumeric spam. I'll go over it kind of quick, but at the risk of repeating myself for the 10th time, which I know is not your fault, but I'm gonna give you a quick overview of what we're working on, It is a Japanese. This. This is the bare bones basic like wire mesh behind it. Bunch of Japanese aircraft carriers spawn here. Player ships are defending them. AI ships are defending them. Player simulation fighters are defending them. Player or AI flown Japanese fighters are also defending them. The aircraft carriers start here and they run through these waypoints until they get to here. It's not, don't get locations, get history, get time frames out of your head. This is not historical by any means. It's not based on a time frame. It's not trying to recreate any. This is a fun PvP event for us to enjoy, to use Warthunder assets. Something similar may have happened. I don't give a shit. We are making a fun, balanced shoot some shit. This is some shit that could have happened. Maybe some of it sort of did happen, but when you're gonna have to get with Krabs on that, Zeus. So I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna design it for him. I'm gonna give it to him. Be like, this is ready to go, and then he's gonna put it into the event schedule. So you have to pay attention to Krabs' events. If you guys want to see those, if you go to the Discord up at the top where it says events, all of the events that we have coming up are scheduled here. You can see the times and dates of all of them. These are all done, ready to go. These ones are coming up. So Crab will insert it probably at the tail end, Charlie, over here, when I give it to him. There's not a lot of moving parts to this one. Super basic. It's just designed to be fun and interesting. And that's it. So there's a lot more to it than that, but stay tuned and you'll see. Alright, so we got our 3 carriers there. Now what we're going to do is we're going to make some escort ships. So we're going to have some flanking escorts. Out here. And this is starboard cruiser. So this is starboard cruiser. It is 50s department store music, right? For our cruiser, we're gonna bring in this one's gonna be a one and done. This is gonna be an AI driven cruiser. I'm thinking maybe like a Tone or a Mogami, something like that. Maybe even a Congo. But the Congo might. The Tatsuya and Mogami. Let's get a Mogami in there. Japanese cruiser Mogami. And we are going to nerf these things. Do not worry. They will not be fighting at full strength. And we're going to get another one on the... Oh, stop. Cancel. Come over here. These guys are just here to supplement the fact that the players are going to suck initially. Oh, damn it. Hold on. Forgot to name it. Delete you. Let's grab you again. This reminds me of It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia. Is what this... Right? And we got Port Cruiser. Alright, Port Cruiser. You guys said Satsuya? Satsuya. Bam. Satsuya. Alright. Now we need a lead cruiser. This is our lead cruiser. And we're going to go with a Tone. What's your name? Tone. Fuck you, Tone. Hell yeah. I fucking love the tone. Look at all these fucking guns on the back. Hell yeah, dude. You can land a goddamn helicopter back here. Let's fucking go. And now we need a stern cruiser, otherwise known as an angry cruiser. Stern cruisers are tail end Charlie boy. And what's another? We'll throw an Aoba in there. Maybe a Mikuma. Mikuma or Aoba? What do you guys think? Let's see. The Amagi. Stern Cruiser was my nickname in college. The Aoba is fucking dog shit. Let's put in a Mikuma. I do like the Furutaka. Let's put in a Mikuma. These are gonna be fucking anchors for us, so. The Furutaka. Alright. The furry taco. Okay. We've got our little cross. Now, of course, destroyer-wise, we'll probably bring in just a nice little healthy mix of everything. We'll get a little bit of this, get a little bit of that. We'll get a little. I'm thinking just Akatsuki's. Yeah. Just a bunch of Shimakazes. It's not a terrible option, but I think the Akazuki is probably the more appropriate one. We're gonna have a bunch of destroyers, so we're gonna have. This is our lead starboard destroyer. And that is going to be a Japanese destroyer, Akatsuki. Take a quick look at her. Oh, she looks great. She's just looking fantastic. This is our stern starboard destroyer. Another Akatsuki. Here is our port stern port destroyer. And we've got our lead port destroyer. All right. AI screens are set-ish. CDK's been, dude. It is a thing. I hate CDK so much, dude. I love it and I hate it at the same time. Now, some weaker destroyers. I'm thinking maybe some Yubaris. Let's take a quick look at the yeah, the Yubari could work pretty good. Yugomo. Yeah. Let's take a look at the Yugomo. What do we got here? We got 6 127 millimeter guns as compared to the Akazuki's 4. Stern Destroyer was my nickname in college. Yeah, I should have waited, bro. You can't make the same joke twice, dude. Double Jeopardy, bro. Get out of here. You should have waited, man. You should have seen that coming, dude. Yeah, so the Akazuki is pretty fucking strong, tight in the middle with the 4-pack of 100 millimeters, firing faster. We'll put in some Yugomos. And what we're going to do is we're going to get a nice screen here. We're going to increase our reference circle out to 3 kilometers. And we're going to grab our We're going to rotate our circle 90 degrees as well. I'm sorry, 45 degrees is what I meant. All right, we've got our lead starboard screen, and what did we say we're going with? We said we're going with Yugomos. Yugomo. Hell yeah, Mo. All right, we've got. Oh, hold on. Can't cancel that. Let's just grab the stern starboard screen. Maybe. Probably. What do you want from me? I'm just a man. Just a man who likes boats. I don't know how to fucking... I don't know how to pronounce everything in this fucking game. That's it. This is Wings. Let's fucking say things in however. Bro, I had such a hard time with Nubau Hauerfeitzig. Like, let me just have this. Nubau Hauerfeitzig. Gotta say it real angry. Yugomo. Lead port screen. And then we've got lead center screen. This is another. Oh, hold on. Let's delete that one. See? You guys still can't leave me alone. Lead center screen. Payback for the rice. Nice. Perfect. Alright, for our lead screen, we are going to do Shimakaze. Yeah. Get old girl Shima up in there. Hell yeah. Alright. We should probably have an oiler in the back. Actually, let's have a stern center screen as well. And let's go with the Udachi in the rear. Looks great. Okay, that is approximately our formation. What we are gonna do real quick is like right about and all of our waypoints are done. You see why I spent so much time on the waypoints? Now, before we get too carried away here, we do need to grab some of these waypoints here towards the end and narrow them in on each other. So this is why the naming scheme is so critically important. So what we're going to do is no. Map meshes are, I mean, yeah, but not probably what you're talking about. Like, you could do some stuff, but I can't, like, move that whole fucking island wherever I want it to. So you see the collision here with the island. So we're just going to go ahead and grab these fellas. This is also the end of the match, so it doesn't matter. Yeah, I've never messed with the location editor. Let's collapse in here. Alright. The ships will never get there, but we just got our guiding line so they're not fucking all cruising right into the motherfucking island right at the end like this guy can. I'd rather them collide with each other than fucking sail into an island. Okay. Bunch of fucking lines, right? Let's throw one oiler in. Where should he be packed in with the fucking aircraft carriers? I think so. Should be kind of in the middle, yeah. Like I'm thinking oiler. Like I think we could take our center carrier here. Let's go back to our reference circle. Let's go to 1000. Nope, let's go to 1500. Perfect. And let's rotate 45. And let's decrease the radius to 1200. Nope. Let's go up to 1300. Yeah. That's it. Alright, let's grab our center carrier and let's put one here. And this is our starboard oil. You guys have heard of standard oil, but have you heard of starboard oil? Now, Invader Pork. Do we have any Japanese oiler looking motherfuckers that actually fly Japanese flags? They don't have to be perfect. Yeah, I think we just got to go with the Japanese cargo. Like I could put in like an actual like a tanker, but like that's fucking ridiculous. Uh, there's some other ones that don't look as weird, but so let's just get a Japanese cargo ship. That's good enough. Good enough. Good enough for government work. And then let's bring her over here, and let's get port oil. And we got another oiler over there. All right. That's a fleet, boys. The Liberty ship, that's in here. All right. And our formation, like all in all, is maybe like 7 kilometers total in diameter. With these are 5-kilometer bubbles. I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna just reduce this circle down to 100 and name it reference center so I can find it later if I need it. How much AA is that? Yes. More than 5, that's for sure. More than 5. Okay. Next business item is speed standardizations. So we're going to come up here. We're going to create an object. It's going to be a squad. And we're going to slap a squad. Nope, not a structure. We're going to slap a squad right back here. We're going to name this IJN Task Force. Bam. The IJN Task Force is going to be comprised of, you guessed it, all these fucking guys. All the way up to our center carrier. Bam. And when we click on this bad boy, they should all turn yellow. Excellent. I don't see any red down there. That's fantastic. So this is all for Team B, Axis side, so they are appropriately allied. Next order of business is going to be first trigger, which is going to be to set fleet properties. All right, this is going to be a periodic. It's going to be an initial event, and it's also going to be a periodic event that just refreshes just to make sure every 1 minute it will ensure that all properties have been set in case any other logic later on that I write. What the hell? Unit set properties, right? God, it's been a while since I've CDK'd. Unit set properties. Fuck. Why can't anything be easy? Okay. The object for the properties is going to be task force. We're going to tell the task force to have a movement speed of, what did we come up? It was 51 kilometers per hour, which is approximately 28 knots. We're actually going to round that to a nice even 50. Speed is going to be 50, which is just slightly slower than 28 knots, which is the fastest unmodified speed of our slowest ship that will be included. So even if you are, hi there, baby girl, even if you are really new to naval and you don't have a lot of research, those cargo ships can't go 28 knots. Good to know. Should we leave them to die? What do you think, baby girl? Fuck the cargo ships? Fuck the cargo ships, right? They go like, baby girl, they go like 20 or 22 knots. Should we fucking get rid of them? Alright. I'm with you. Fuck the cargo ships. Thank you, Assistant Pigeon. Alright. Fuck the cargo ships. Oh, baby girl. You're falling. I got you. Rescue operation. Fuck. Fuck the cargo ships. Yeet the support. We don't need no cargo where we're going. Brother, we're flying the cargo in. We're aircraft carriers. Let's go. All right. Unit set properties, 50 kilometers per hour, about 28 knots. Attack parameters. We are going to... It's going to be... accuracy is coming way down. We're going to go 0.1 and try that out. Effective shooting rate. Leave that alone. I can't remember what that was. Air effective shooting rate. One of these is the one I'm looking for. I thought it was effective firing rate. Did they change the names of these, or am I just misremembering? I'm probably misremembering. I'll come back to that. But we are going to get into AA parameters. Here we go. All right, AA. Is this where it is? Okay. Fire, random. Target change interval, 5 seconds. Target change probability, 5%. Target change interval, we're going to give them about 5 seconds to shoot at somebody, and then give a 10% chance for them to change targets after they shoot at you for about 5 seconds. Chain fire time and delay after shoot. We are going to chain fire time, we're going to get them down. We're going to lower their burst speed just a little bit. This should help a lot with lag. They're going to fire chain time. Let's go 0.3 seconds. Oh, is that? It's 25%? All right, hold on. Default change. So it's... Let's give them a 50% chance to change after 5 seconds. Delay after shoot? Yes. Chain fire time is actually going to be 1 second, a 2-second delay after shoot. Pretty sure those are seconds. Collision parameters, visual parameters, AI parameters. No, where is our... Avoid collisions. Enable ship collision avoidance and advance collision avoidance. All right. Got it. AI parameters. We're good. Visual parameters. We're not going to mess around with smoke screens. Collision parameters. No, we're good. Actually, I'm going to switch these numbers around. Chain fire for 2 seconds. A 1 second delay after shooting. No, you know what? I'm going to keep it the way that it was. And we'll see how that looks. There's a lot of ships out there. We want people to be able to get through. Like that's a lot of fucking ships to go through. They don't follow. That's okay. They're just gonna fucking engage random anyway. All right. So we have our fleet built. Next bit of logic is, let's close this out, is our spawns. So, trigger. This is going to be for IJN spawn _01. Alright, this is going to be a periodic event that runs every... Let's go every 30 seconds. The ships are pretty fucking slow, so we don't need this thing fucking triggering off all the time. Conditions. The conditions is unit in area. Unit when in area. All right. The object is going to be our center carrier. The target is going to be area 1. Now, the math doesn't matter. That's condition number 1. We're going to copy condition number 1 and we're going to paste it twice. And then we're going to make the same thing but for lead starboard and for lead port. Okay, we got center carrier, lead starboard, and lead port being inside area number 1. The conditions, this is enabled after complete, and the conditions are any. Oh, you know what? I think I could have just, yep, alright, never mind, hold on. Delete that. Delete that. We could just put more objects in here, and then we can make that any. So we've got the lead starboard carrier, and we've got the lead port carrier. And objects, any object being inside the area counts. So multiple spawns can be open. If one of your CVs gets injured and lags behind, you will have a spawn near that aircraft carrier that will work for you. Now, our circles here need to be rotated in the approximate direction of travel, and then expanded and probably shifted around a little bit. No, not expanded. We're gonna make bag that. I'm gonna keep all that reference shit the same as it was. And what we're gonna do is we are going to build new areas. Let me save this real quick and close it out because CDK is being slow. I just saved it over my template, didn't I? Fuck it. I can get another template later. Yeah, there was a problem with mission verification. That's fine. Let's close out a Warthunder. Wine time. Thank you, brother. 07, my guy. We've got most of this mission already built. Oh. The US stuff is going to be super fucking easy. The US stuff is going to be 2 areas and 2 scripts. The Japanese spawns, that's the next most complicated part of this, and then the victory conditions are the next most complicated part of this. So let's get the mission editor back open again. Sometimes when you're working with CDK for a while, you're fucking with stuff, it gets a little choppy. It helps to just close it out, open it back up. Oh, babe, we still have Qdoba left. Fuck yeah, boys. Oh my god, I was just sitting here thinking I was kind of hungry, and I was like, fuck, it's 3 o'clock in the morning, and I can't get food. Oh man, what am I going to do? Bitch, I got Qdoba. Hell yeah, I got most of my Qdoba. I had 1 burrito out of my bowl. That's the trick, boys. You go to like Qdoba or Chipotle or something like that, you get a bowl, because they can pack way more in it, and then when you get home, you make your own fucking burrito. You can make it not fucking shitty. Make it the size that you actually want it to be. And then I'm pretty sure that they washed their rice. I think we're good. Don't be bringing up old shit, babe. Don't be bringing up old demons. All right? You're gonna get them going. All right, you rinse it. There was a problem in mission verification. That's fine. Let's look at our command script real quick. Target starboard oils not found. Yep. Already causing problems. The fucking oil's already causing problems. That's fine. Where's this object at? Here. Let's look at the properties of this guy, and let's get rid of starboard oil, and let's get rid of port oil, and now let's save it again. No failure on the condition checks. Perfect. Alright. Now, what we need now is we need some spawns. Now, I'm thinking that the players should be screens. They should not be spawning with the carriers. They should be spawning on either side. And I think every sector that the aircraft carriers enter, like if we go back to our little diagram here, handy dandy diagram, we've got, you know, players spawning here, players spawning here. I've got them like on the far side. Do you guys think it would be better to just continue that? Or if we should give players the option and allow them to, when the waypoints have been reached, that they end up with like this, and they can spawn, like if they want to spawn further away, they can, or if they want to spawn closer, that they can, so that every spawn has like, you know, like a port side and a starboard side, so sort of deal. Do you guys think that is better? It's not complicated. It's super easy to do. So if you like, don't take sympathy on me. Like, oh, well, that looks cool, but I don't want you to have to do extra work. Like, no, that's fine. This will make it take an extra 30 seconds. But does that look/feel better? Or do you think we should keep the players spawning on the back side? The advantage there being that with everybody spawning in over here, they come into the formation, and as they're coming into the formation, they are also seeing like the direction that they would be firing, which would be, you know, in this direction, like always towards these spawns, they would be seeing as they're approaching, like as they're trying to close into the formation, they would be like seeing the action ahead of them, as opposed to being near to the spawns and all the death and destruction is happening behind them. So like this is like option A, which is like symmetrical, give the players choice to either spawn near or further, like either starboard or port. Option B being keep one set of spawns, and everybody when they spawn in, they're always on, the port side of the fleet, but they'll be looking towards the action, and they can sail themselves onto the starboard side if they want to and navigate their way through the formation and like get wherever they want. But as they spawn in, like they'll be able to see like the scene, they'll be able to see the action in front of them. Anybody got opinions on that? Because I'm honestly kind of just talking about it out loud. B, Toxic Snake Pit, you're thinking player choice. Like, if they want to spawn closer, let them spawn closer. If they want to spawn further and see it, let them spawn further and see it. Or was B... I can't remember which one was A and which one was B. Port side only, sorry. Okay, no. Yeah, I think you're right. I think I was wrong. All right. Port side only, keep them farther away. Because the players, Toxic, I think you're onto something, because the players are going to be way, like, these ships, there's a bunch of them. These ships are going to suck. Like, these ships are fucking bad. They will shoot at you, and they can hit you, and they will hit some people, but, like, they're not going to be the ones getting the kills. The players are going to be the ones getting the kills. So I do think having, the players having to like spawn in and like work their way into the fleet gives them a bit of a sense of make them work, yeah, like kind of like give them, like, hey, yeah, so they're not just like jaying out like all over the place. Like they're like, it took me 2 or 3 minutes to get over here. Like I kind of want to hold this spot, and I know if I respawn, I'm gonna end up like on the backside. I think you're right. This reminds me of Always Sunny in Philadelphia as well, if you don't mind me saying. Now what we're going to do is we are going to go with a boxy lady type of formation here. So, if I'm looking at this right, the fleet is... The center of the fleet is here, and we travel initially in this direction. This is, yeah, you can see that carrier there, the way it's pointed. So what we want to do is kind of what we might do is like get rid of this, oh shit. What we might do is maybe get rid of one of the screens on the port side. Nah, fuck it. We're okay. So what we're going to do, I think we're going to do like a rectangular box here that's oriented in the same direction of travel as the carriers. But then they turn. They hit that. Where does the center guy go? Let's look at just the center carrier real quick. I'm just trying to figure out how to orient this box exactly. Can I see the center's waypoints, please? There we go. So he goes about halfway through. So I think we're going to keep them, the players just kind of following like the average. They're not going to spawn in. Maybe the first spawn they'll spawn in lined up with the fucking carriers, and then subsequent spawns we're just going to like keep the mean. So players aren't like 90 degrees fucking perpendicular to the ships. But initial spawn, I think we'll go same direction as the fleet, but offset slightly back, which shouldn't matter too much because there's not going to be an immediate strike. Like you're going to have a fucking minute before to like get in position. Box size, let's get, oh, what the fuck? I grabbed the wrong axis. God, I hate CDK so much. Alright. Let's align this with the initial direction of the carrier as best we can first. So what we want to do is just kind of get that. We're not building the piano. It doesn't need to be perfect, but we just want that red line to be this red line representing the direction that you will be facing when you spawn in. This green box representing the area in which you will be randomly distributed. And putting these guys right about here. And then we'll make it a little fatter. So there's plenty of room to roam. Maybe a little shorter so you're not spawning way in the back. Because if you spawn way back here, you're like, fuck, I'm like 5 kilometers away. You know, you're still kind of in the action because and you're on a collision course to the turn. Like this lead carrier, just as a frame of reference, take a look at this. Like this lead carrier is going to sail about 5 kilometers. So if you spawned here, you would have about 7 kilometers, and then all of a sudden the whole formation is going to make a left-hand turn. And they'll be going 28 knots. You'll be able to go faster, so ooh, don't do that. All right. So I think that's like box number 1 there. So this is, let's get the naming scheme on this. This is IJN spawn 01. Perfect. We got IJN spawn 01. We got a nice fat box, nice long box. I'm actually going to make it a little shorter. Just a little shorter. We don't want people to be too far up in the out in the sticks, and just make sure, yeah, this guy's not getting run over and that guy's got some room there. We don't want people to be like spawning inside of this. You could easily fit like fucking 40 ships in there, and there won't be too much collision. And I don't think we're going to get that many naval players. So that should be plenty of room. Now let's go ahead and copy this bad boy over. And then what we're going to do is follow the mean kind of average route here. So let's go ahead and get her lined up with right about there. That's about right. Again, we're not building the piano. It doesn't need to be perfect. It just needs to be roundabout. And we'll keep them right outside the waypoint area. You know what, we'll actually tuck it in. There's only 3 ships that are going to penetrate this box. We don't want people having to fucking sail forever. And we're going to make these ones a little skinnier. We don't want people, because this, you know, this circle essentially representing kind of the center of the path of travel for this, you know, like section, and that is 5 kilometers in diameter. So you'd be spawning in, you'd be 2.5 kilometers from like the center of the carrier fleet, but we will make it longer. No. We'll make it that long. We'll make it about that long. Because like if the lead carrier gets right about here, and then, you know, right about here, and then you spawn way in the back randomly over here, you're like, fuck, I'm like 7 kilometers away, fuck. So let's actually shorten it up just a little bit. Let's tuck it in a bit more. Alright, so that's spawn number 2, and then we got spawn number 3. Just, you are looking at the spawns for the Japanese Navy. Spawn number 4. And then we got a curve coming up. Spawn number 5. And now here comes the curve. Alright, so let's get spawn number 6 up here, and then we'll start rotating it. So let's keep it... Yellow lines are the waypoints. Affirmative. Something like... Space Invader, this is for a custom PvP event that we're going to run in coordination with the simulation community as well as the naval guys. So this is a combined arms naval sim and simulation air campaign. It is a Japanese aircraft carrier task force attempting to endure the aerial bombardment from U.S. aircraft carrier-based aircraft, like torpedo bombers, dive bombers, and fighters. No, none of that. None of that's done. That's all. That is all a conversation for Krabs and I at another time. Yeah, very early, like I've been working on this for like 2 hours total. I've spoken to Krabs about it, and I told him that I would cobble this together. I don't think this is really either. This does not have any like basis in history whatsoever. I mean, that's Peleliu Island, but it has nothing to do with Peleliu. It has no chronology. It is just World War II. What if? What if a Japanese armada of aircraft carriers were caught unawares by a massive strike force from a U.S. aircraft carrier group? The U.S. aircraft carriers are not even going to be present. You are going to be spawning in the air. This is all about action. This is all about the fun. We're not going to be making the U.S. take off of aircraft carriers over and over again or anything like that. They will be spawning in the air and attacking these guys in rapid succession. And the Japanese objective is to make it here and survive. Survive! Alright, we got 10 and 10. As long as that's 10 and 10, then we're good. Yeah, basically. So I know we've done a lot of like historical things. Go ahead and go get those expectations out of your head right now. We're gonna have ships that are fun. We're gonna have airplanes that are fun. It's all gonna be World War II based, but the location, all that, none of that is being like. This is not even historically inspired. We don't know yet, Space Invaders. World War II fun ships. That's it's gonna be a spawn point based system. So people are going to start off in poopy ships, and they are going to gradually get into less poopy ships. They're going to start off in crappy airplanes, and they are going to slowly graduate to less crappy airplanes. So I am going to be looking specifically for problem ships and removing them. Players are not going to be able to get Mogamis, probably. You know what I mean? Like, player influence is going to be kept kind of tight. We don't want players bringing in battleships and just making it impossible. You know what I mean? So, like the Japanese naval forces will be limited. Like, they might get light cruisers. You know what I mean? But like, they're the screening vessels. You know what I mean? And these ships are gonna suck. But all that's adjustable. We can run it and test it a few times. All right, all that's looking pretty good. So now we've got our IJN spawn number 1. When units are in area, any objects of those 3 are in this area, that statement becomes true. If any of those 3 objects are not in that area, that statement becomes false. It's not all of the objects, it's any of the objects. So multiple spawns can be active throughout the duration of this mission, just in case an aircraft carrier gets injured, lags behind. Maybe the center carrier takes a torpedo and it's stuck over here while the rest of the aircraft carriers have made it over here. Then in that case, this spawn would be active and this spawn would be active. And if that center carrier dies, then it is no longer in this area. This spawn would become inactive and this would be your only spawn, right? So those little rectangles will update based on the position of the carriers as they follow this zigzaggy pattern to their final destination. So that is the true-false logic. Now the action, if it is true. The action, if it is true, is to mission set. Is it mission set? Mission mark as respawn point. Mission mark is respawn point. And the else action. Invader Pork, is there a way to delete disable a respawn point without I can just do the spawn is available for like a certain amount of time, but is there like you found a way where it is it move respawn base or remove respawn base? Like, didn't Invaded Pork, didn't you find it? Because I know that the way that I used to do it, when I would create spawns and then I'd leave them inactive, it would leave like that white ship trail. You found a way to get rid of that, did you not? Do you remember how? Do you know what I'm talking about? You need a condition and else action. I'm setting the else action now. What is the else action to like remove a spawn? What's that called? That's what I'm looking for. Like, I've got mission mark as respawn point. I'm good there. Is there a mission like remove respawn point or something to that effect? Like, what's that called? When condition met, disable trigger. Alright. That'll stop it from... I know what you mean. Got it. Disable trigger. Alright. I know what you mean. Where is... disable trigger, though? What exactly is it called? Trigger disable. That's what I'm looking at. Trigger disable. Thank you. Yep. Trigger disable. The else action will disable this one here. And so we are going to need to now it's going to it's going to disable the whole fucking trigger. Which is fine. Like there's going to be 10 separate triggers for each one. But my question is, like, futurity wise, right? In pork, like, all right, our carriers spawn in, they're in zone 1, and it activates. Everything is good. But zone 10 checks to see if the carriers are in there. So you're saying that the action and the else action can't be together? You know what? I think I'm overcomplicating this. We're not gonna have an else action. We're just gonna fucking we're just gonna have it be. We're just gonna have it disable after time. I don't know why I'm overcomplicating this. Cause it hurt my head. All right, this is IJN spawn 01. Team is B. Disable after 30 seconds. We'll actually give them. We'll give them 60 seconds. Yeah. All right, tags. Tags. We are moving to ships and boats. Ships and boats can spawn here. The spawn disables after 60 seconds. That 60-second timer will be refreshed every 30 seconds until the statement is no longer true, at which point the spawn will disable 30 seconds after the aircraft carriers have left the zone. After all aircraft carriers have left the zone. Yeah, I need to look at your screenshots and look at those play hints. I'm not going to worry about the play hints for the Japanese side because it's not that important for them because they're always going to have a spawn available. They're going to have a permanent spawn. I do want to get on the play hints for the American spawn to let people know about 30 seconds before the spawn becomes available that the spawn will be available in 30 seconds for 30 seconds. So that if people want to J out, they could J out and get to the spawn menu in time to like actually catch the wave. For the Japanese spawn, they're always like their auto spawn is pretty much always going to be the right one. Sometimes they'll have two options and then they could just do whatever the hell they want. But they should have plenty of speed to be able to almost all of their ships are going to have plenty of speed to be able to like get wherever they need to get. That is it for that. So we're going to copy this and we're going to paste it to 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We're going to move the fleet properties up. All right, this is spawn 02. Same exact stuff, except it's area 2. Same exact thing here, except it's spawn 02, and same exact name, except 02. That's done. IJN spawn 03 is same exact area, but number 3. Same exact spawn, except number 3. Same exact name, except number 3, and that's done. Number 4 is 4. 4 and 4. Number 5 is 5. 5 and 5 and 5. And number 6 is 6. 6. 6. Number 7 is 7. 7. 7. Number 8 is 8. 8. How long does CDK take to learn, man? Dude, I'm still learning it, bro. I'll let you know when I'm done, bro. I don't think you ever are done learning CDK. You just become slightly less frustrated by it. But only slightly. 9, 9, and 9, and 10. 10. I don't recommend it, though. And, like, whenever people tell me that they're thinking about learning CDK, I try really hard to set them up with proper expectations, and I'm like, just so you're aware, like, CDK is awesome. You can do a lot of really cool stuff with it, but it is also unimaginably frustrating at times. And things that should be pretty simple and things that you can work out really easily in your head, when it actually comes time to do it for real, it can be maddeningly frustrating. And I'm like, now if you're the type of person that can deal with that and troubleshoot and not become like super fucking frustrated by it and super stressed out, then I say go for it. Like, but if you're the kind of person that isn't a huge fan of that type of stuff, I'm like, this will absolutely fucking frustrate the balls off of you. Yeah, and it's like, and yeah, and there's never like there's never like, oh, you find a solution and then problem solved forever. Like, nope. You'll find solutions to like obscure problems, and it'll work for a while, and then one day Warthunder will change some seemingly inconsequential thing, and it just fucks all your shit, and you're just like, fuck. And you have to find like sometimes really creative solutions to problems that should not be problems. And it can be fun to a degree. But it can be fun. But just it could be fun for the right type of person. And not everybody's the right type of person for this. I don't know how else to say that. CDK is not for everyone. It's not for the faint of heart. It's not for the easily frustrated. It's not for the moderately frustrated. I haven't even messed with the models. I haven't messed with the map editor, dude. I've already got my hands full just enough with mission logic. But I have quite a bit of fun with this. I like this right here, Pork. I enjoy this. I enjoy thinking of like those baseline foundations and like putting myself. One thing that, just to like pat my own back here for a second, I think one thing that I'm above average at is like, just in relation to like the general public, is empathy. I think that I have a really uh, well developed ability to like think tank stuff like this and then put myself into everybody's shoes as best as I can envision and look at it and be like, what is practical? What is entertaining? Like, what provides enough challenge without being frustrating? You know what I mean? Like, where, and it's such a fine line, dude. And it's like, and you really, it takes a special person to like, because Invader Pork knows, dude. Like, you have so much freedom. Like, I could make you guys fly fucking 50 miles if I want to, but like, I know better. Like, me and Pork, we know better. Like, we're like, okay, how far do we need to fly to get the satisfaction of having flown far without making people fly so far that they're like, fucking kill me now? You know what I mean? Like, where's the limit? You know what I mean? Like, how high of an altitude, like, do we want to make them climb? Like, what speed should they be going? All that stuff is, and that's like that's why I really enjoy this, because like I can look at it and I can be like, all right, if that were me, that's not what I'm going to be doing, but if I were doing that, how would I want to be treated? I don't want to make any player in the game feel like a decoration. You know what I mean? You don't want them to feel like they're just cannon fodder. You don't want them to feel like they're just there to fill in space. Like, you want everybody to feel like they're having a meaningful impact, like they are part of something. Uh, and you want everybody to have fun, but it's and I enjoy that. I enjoy think taking that. You are pretty enough to be a decoration, D. Somers. We'll fucking, bro. I will get you a spawn for a tank, and you could just be right here in your shiny tank watching this big battle happen, and this will just be D. Somers Island right there, and you'll be fucking 25 kilometers away from everything, and you'll just be watching it. You'll just be the cameraman. All right, this is pretty much done. The next thing that I need to do, that was probably the second most challenging thing about this. Now the third most challenging thing about this is going to be the victory conditions. Now, again, I mean, dude, do you have any AA trucks that float and can go 28 knots, Rude Irish Knight? I'll see what I can do. I can't think of any AA trucks that float out in the open ocean. What's the range on your AA truck? Is it like 25 kilometers? Because I could stick you on an island if you can shoot 25 kilometers. With a gun. With like a World War II AA truck. Alright, next most challenging part is going to be the backup fleet. Pork, are you still here? Question. If you're here, never mind. Dumb question. I was wondering about if AI driven assets can be placed off map and still follow waypoints onto the map. Like if I can put a fleet out there and then bring them in. I can? That might be the best way to do this then. Alright, but in order to do that... Pork, do you have any idea if there's a way to have vehicles arrive at a destination at a specified time? Like, if I wanted to put some, like, a bunch of battleships, like, here, which is way off map. Like, here's the map mesh for you. So, like, all of this is inbounds, right? Inbounds, 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 inbounds. But if I wanted to place... That's going to be inbounds for aircraft, right? If it's not, we'll just go to fucking open water. But if I wanted to place a bunch of battleships out there and drive them in here, do you know if there's a way that I can get them, like, other than just measuring it out and calculating speed, like, is there a way that I can get them to do it conditionally? Yeah. I'm wondering... No. No, I'm good. I'm good, Pork. What about a periodic trigger? All right, follow me on this. Periodic trigger that tells an AI object to chase down a specific carrier. What happens? Does it treat the carrier as a waypoint that can be reached and then the object stops, or will it literally like collide? Like if you set like unit move 2, you know, and it's like battleship move to center carrier, and then like 30 seconds later, like the center carrier, like is it like center carrier's here and then it moves away and the battleship goes to where the center carrier was when it got the command? Or will the battleship like turn and keep following like perpetually as long as that carrier's alive? Like, do you know if it leaves like a pin in the ground behind it at the regular interval? Or does it actually like lock onto the object? You know what I mean? I don't know if I'm explaining this well. I feel like you know what I mean though. Invader Pork's a pretty smart guy. It locks on and you can set a distance. Then that'll work. Now, next question. Invader Pork. All of this is Peleliu. This is an AVN map. So, naval. Which I believe is normally like this. It's just this like tiny little fight here in the middle. Aircraft with an else action to tell it to go away if it's unit distance. Oh, I think I see what you're saying. What do you mean go away? Like, how do you... Is there a command to go away? Is that literally a fucking command? Because I think I've seen that before. Is go away the opposite of follow? Like, is that just get the fuck away from me? Oh, can aircraft can be in this area, right? Like, ships can be. Aircraft should be able to be 2, right? We should be good there. So here's what I'm thinking for how we're going to end the match. First, let's grab all these spare parts here. Your spare parts, bud. I thought that this external boundary here was like the physical. I thought the yellow area was the physical boundary of the map. I know that the red is the nav mesh, but I thought that this whole square was like the out of bounds boundary. Is that not right? Because if not, we might have a problem. Is there a way to see the boundary? Because we are pretty far on the outside edge here. I'm not 100% sure where to look for that. If you don't mind, could you look up the map size for AVN Peleliu? Because I might really need that sooner rather than later. Yeah, this is an AVN map. This is a naval map, so it should be good. Alright, we need a rectangle that is properties. We need it to be okay, we need it to be about we need it to be about 60 kilometers. I'm sorry, what? Is that really 60? Let's go with 50. That seems a scotch more reasonable, yeah. Yeah, I have no idea how to find that. I might just have to play test it. I mean, it's not the end of the world if I have to move things in, because I can just grab it all and shift it around. Should be pretty straightforward. But it would be a pain in the ass. Like if the players spawn in those boxes and they're automatically out of bounds, like what we did when we were doing Falklands, that would be annoying to find out. Okay. This is our cavalry, boys. This is how we're going to end the match. Ships. We're putting, we're putting one ship here. And needs to be an actual ship. It is gonna be a Fuso, an Ise, and a Congo. Japanese Battleship Center. These guys are going to be fucking fully fucking stacked. When these guys arrive, they are not fucking around. They are gonna get ya. So we got a Congo. It's 64 by 64. All right. I think we're going to be good then. Let me fucking... And I'm guessing it's from dead center. All right, radius 64, 1, 2, 3. And height 0. It's really that big? I mean, that's plenty fucking big. But damn, it's really... Still. That's fucking gigantic. Alright. Well, it's not a fucking problem then. Cool. Oh, I gotcha. Ah, that's much more reasonable and also perfect. Yeah. We are perfectly contained here. Nice. Thank you, Invader. We're fucking good. We're fucking golden. Alright, those battleships have to travel 50 kilometers to try to join up with the aircraft carriers and supplement their fucking fire. We're gonna shift them a bit more this away. Even more, actually. And they're going to be traveling at top speeds. Their tippy-toppiest speed. Idea being that they will be kind of doing like this. We might actually get this done tonight. Alright, let's grab these ships. And let's slide them over. Yo, Razor Pig with the raid, party 16. How you doing? How you doing, Sir Razor? How was your stream today, friend? Alright, of these three, let me get back into the game and check the speeds on these bad boys here. Actually, I could check it here on Wiki. Issei, let me see. Let me just put it in naval. Issei speed is... They're going to be going to 3 different points, Invader. So they need to be able to separate. Issei speed, we need the Congo speed. We are building a custom mission, Razor. Alright, we've got the Congo, right? Yeah, Congo speed. Congo speed is 56. So we're just going to put the fast one in front and the slow one in the back. And then they'll naturally spread out. But they'll be going to 3 separate points. Each one of these is going to be assigned to one of the carriers. And this one's 46. The Fuso is 46. All right, I got that logged. So the Fuso goes in the back. The Issei goes in the middle bit, and the Congo's so much faster, it can actually just ride right here. And they will naturally spread themselves out over the course of... They'll be unable to collide due to the speed differential. So they should be good. But yeah, one of these is going to be, like, this one is going to be assigned to escort the port side aircraft carrier. This one's going to be assigned to... It's just good parroting, blah, blah, fest. Exactly. This one's going to be assigned to follow the center carrier, and this one's going to be designed to follow the starboard carrier. Now, if all 3 aircraft carriers stay perfectly healthy throughout the duration of the mission and they stay in perfect formation, then great. These guys will still kind of naturally, like the Congo will just arrive first, followed by the Fuso, and then the Issei coming up a little bit behind the Fuso. And they won't collide. But I don't know what's going to happen. It depends on what the players do. It depends on how successful their attacks are. It depends on how well the Japanese are able to defend themselves. So a lot can happen over the course of an hour. And if, let's say, the central carrier takes a torpedo right in her ass, and blows out 2 of her screws and she fucking goes down to 10 knots for the rest of the mission. Like, she's gonna get left behind, but these 3 battleships, they won't be going to the same point in space. They'll be heading to their carriers. So no matter what happens to the aircraft carriers, a battleship will eventually arrive to them. And that's their mission ender. And when these guys arrive, the torpedo attacks on the continued torpedo attacks on that aircraft carrier, when these guys arrive on station, will be no longer practical. So we're going to create a trigger for that. This is going to be starboard escort. Let's start with central. Let's start with central escort. This is going to be a periodic event, but it doesn't need to run. The follow trigger can be set as this: condition, unit distance between 1,000 meters action, unit set properties, move set speed as the same as carrier, else action, unit set properties, max speed, unit move to carrier. Perfect. All right, so this is a 60-second interval. The condition is going to be unit distance between. Got you. All right. And the object is going to be our central battleship. Our target is going to be our central carrier. Got it. The value, 1,500 meters is fine. No, I like yours. 1,000, 1 kilometer. That's good. All right. Then if that is true, so you're saying the action, if that is true, then match speed, which the speed of the carrier is 50 kph, if I remember right. Unit set speed 50, which is about 28 knots. So if that is true, then the action is to unit set properties to 50. And that's going to be set to the central battleship. Unit status parameter. Speed 50. And we also need a unit move to, right? Like, we need to keep it moving to, yeah? Unit move to. Central battleship moves to. Yeah. Moves to central carrier. Alright. That's done. You know what? They actually might all need to be Congos, now that I'm thinking about it. Because the speeds of the Fuso and the Issei, yeah, they all need to be Congos. We need to have a whole fucking pack of Congos. The other two aren't fast enough to keep up with the fleet speed. Now that I'm looking at it out loud. Is that a shadow? Why does that look different? Are you in a shadow, dude? Yeah, those are the same ships. Alright. I was like, I just changed you to a Congo, didn't I? Hell yeah. Thank you, Jictor. Razor Pig, how was your stream today, dude? Port, center, starboard. Alright, so we've got the central escort. We need the else action. Else action is unit set properties, movement, parameters, speed, 56. And another else action for follow target, move can... Oh, it could just be set to move. Unit move to? I don't have a unit move. Or are you talking about unit in the unit move to action? Movement type. Move type. Move. Alright. And then we've got center battleship going to center carrier. Follow radius. Follow radius 1000, follow offset. Follow target check. Okay. Got it. And same thing here. Follow target. Follow radius. 1000. Follow offset. Done. Alright, so we got center going to center. Center going to center. Speed 50. Speed 56. Unit distance between is 1000. Okay. That's happening every 60 seconds. That's central escort. Copy that, paste it, copy that, paste it. Now we've got... I forgot to move type in the else action. Alright, copy, hold on. Let me close that. Let me delete. And delete. Central escort, unit set properties. And the object I also forgot here. Glad I came back. Center battleship set to 56. Movement type. Not target type. Movement type set to move. Got it. Alright. Now we can copy that, paste it. Copy that, paste it. And we're coming here. This is now... This is port. And this is starboard. Boop. Alright. Port side. Still a periodic event. Unit between port battleship and port carrier. Unit set properties. Port battleship. Unit move to port battleship, port carrier. Unit properties, port battleship. Unit move to port battleship, port carrier. Copy that, man. Invader Pork, I appreciate you, brother. Take care, man. Go get you some rest. I'm going to have to wind it down here for too long as well. I got some Qdoba screaming my name, dude. Oh, we need to enable this after complete as well. Enable after complete. Enable after complete. Enable after complete. Alright, port side's done. Starboard side, same thing. Unit distance between, we're going starboard battleship, starboard carrier. Unit set properties, starboard battleship. Unit move to, starboard battleship, to the starboard carrier. Unit set properties, starboard battleship, unit move to, starboard battleship, starboard carrier. Alright, that's done. These are our boys. Those are that's the back 'em ups. They've got to travel slightly less distance, but they will curve initially to the right, and then as the mission progresses, they will gradually curve to the left, and they should meet up somewhere in this-ish area. US players have to kill those carriers before those battleships arrive. And if they don't, that will super suck for them, because those battleships are very strong. Okay, aircraft carrier spawns. Trigger. Center carrier. This is an event initialized at the start of the mission, not periodic. The action is mission mark as, hold on, create, add airfield. Nope. 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 It is just mission mark as respawn point, target, you're free to look at any of the events I've made, even if it's hidden away or locked in the back. I could send you the latest to see my chart. Yeah, bye for real this time. Alright, later. Later on, Pork. I appreciate all your help, brother. Take care, my guy. Center carrier is airfield. Team is B. Oh, team is B. Tags air. And center carrier, not center battleship. Center carrier. Alright, center carrier should be a respawn point. We're all good. I don't think. Alright. Center carrier is good. Copy it. Copy it. Now we've got starboard carrier. Same exact shit, except it's the starboard carrier. Starboard carrier. Done. 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 Alright. Same exact shit, except it's the port carrier. And it's the port carrier, and it's called the port carrier. Alright, let's give it a quick save, see if we get any collisions. We don't. Wow. I've done a lot of typing, and I didn't get any fucking collisions. Weird. But I'll take it. You know, just celebrate your small victories. Um, fuck, I was expecting at least one. All right. So all of our triggers are talking to all of our things correctly. Okay. Air spawns for the USA. What's the terrain look like here? Alright, what is the distance from this island to the apex of our curve? Let me get rid of the scene view mesh one more time. Alright, let's draw a circle. Get an idea of the radius here. Let's talk to our circle. And let's put him down on the ground. Get down on the ground. Get down on the ground. Hell yeah, let's fucking go. Circle, get bigger. And what are we at? We are at 9.3 kilometers. Let me look something up real quick, just for reference sake. Alright. USA Air SBD 3. Definitely going to be a pretty popular option. Let's check our speeds. Alright. 439. Yo, what's up, Frogger? 439. How was your stream, Frogger? Pigeon, are you trying to help me do some math, baby girl? So, what's the time for me? It's 4 o'clock in the morning. Yeah. Hi, baby girl. This this cat right here. This one. You think this? You think? Are you sure? Are you sure this cat loves me? Yeah. She knows I rescued her. She's just a big old bowl of mashed potatoes, aren't you, baby girl? This was a feral cat, if you can believe it. This right here, this thing was a wild beast with with the demons in her. Look at them, the demons. And now look at her. She's just putty in my hands. Where's the viciousness? Where did the viciousness go, girl? Is there any wild left in you? Are you a baby girl? Are you a little bowl of mashed potatoes? Look at your feet. Look at them. Those are your beans. Yeah. she's, she's like, all right, Dad, just enough. Okay, boys. 90 seconds. Oh, I know, dude. She was super worth it. And it's so funny, man, because she loves kisses on her head. She's like, hell yeah. You're so. I think you're vicious. I think you're so ferocious. All right, boys. 90 seconds to get from that island to the fleet. 90-second travel time with a 30-second window. So we're talking 2 minutes. Oh, I'm super allergic to cats, bro. Super allergic. I'm going to pay for that later. In about 20 minutes, I'm going to be fucking miserable. Oh my god, I hate drill, dude. It's fucking CDK, dude. It's fucking. Oh. It's the worst. It's the worst, but it's the best. Alright, 2 minutes is if you spawned at the latest possible second in the window, and we have 5-minute intervals, it takes 2 minutes to get to most of the attack spots. Maybe 3 or 4 minutes to get out here. So I'm thinking spawn intervals should be 4 minutes. Get it cycling. I was gonna go with 5 minutes, but now after doing the math, I'm thinking like 4 minutes. Frogger, 07, my guy. Go get you some sleep, brother. Thanks for the raid. 07, dude. Okay. Yeah, 4 minute intervals, and that island will be a good place to begin the yeah, alright. So this area is gonna get it's gonna get shrunk down to the size of that island. This is no longer Area 12. This is USN TB spawn. The spawning altitude, we're gonna go with 500 meters. 500 meters, the spawn direction is going to be that away. Yeah, it's a custom PvP mission. Spawn variation and altitude is going to be flat. You are a flying saucer, sir. Spawn area is going to decrease a bit. That should mostly cover it. Objects, armada. We are going to put our air armada in here. Well, bam! Air armada. Alright, you are going to be at 500 meters. You are also going to be on Team A. Be green. You are also facing the wrong fucking direction. So, turn around. Do not fly right into the motherfucking spawn, because that would be real fucking bad. Turn around. You're heading to the carrier so we can start the mission and kill all the fucking ships. Turn around. CDK makes you crazy, man. Alright. Armada size. You are going to be a TBD. A TBD 3. What the? That's not the one. Oh, no, SBD. That's what I'm looking for. Whoops. SBD 3. Bam. That's the one we need. And your hold on. Alright, and your modifications. You are going to have IJN Mark 1 weapons and bullets. IJN Mark 1, count 1. You have 1 torpedo, sir. Alright, your count. There's gonna be 9 of you. Number and wing 3. Alright, super formation. It's going to be a line. Wing formation. is going to be echelon. All right. Okay, we got 9 SBDs right in front of the spawn on the appropriate team, and they will fire at will. And trigger. USN TB spawn. Alright, this event is going to happen every 240 seconds. But it's also going to happen right at the initialization of the mission. Got that set. The action is to mission mark as respawn point. The respawn point will be USN TB spawn. The location name is going to be torpedo bombers. The disable after is going to be 30 seconds. You guys will have 30 seconds to spawn every 4 minutes. The tags will be air. Perfect. Alright. Another action that will happen is Sandcorn, welcome back. Let me look at the unit actions real quick. Unit attack target. The unit to attack the target, we're not going to call it USN torpedo bombers. Gotta name them. Alright, unit attack target. The object is going to be why did I name them USBs? I'm just going to name them torpedo bombers. No, Corn. No, I'm going to be going to bed before too long. I got work tomorrow, brother. Alright, target's going to be the center carrier. Lead starboard carrier. Oh, actually, hold on. What am I doing? I could just set this as the whole IJN task force. I don't need to set individual targets. Attack the entire IJN task force. It's 4:15 in the morning for me. We're going to make them player attracted, for sure. Also, we're going to increase the number. I'm going to go with 12, actually, I think. We'll take a look at that later, but... Alright, unit attack target. Torpedo bombers attack the IJN task force. I think that they'll... fire mode. Nope. It's attack. There's like an attack type in here somewhere. Fire random, yeah. There's a way... weapon type, here we go. Weapon type, torpedoes. Perfect, alright. You're going to attack with torpedoes. Another action that you're going to do is... let me see. Unit. Sup, duck? Bro, this is a full-time job, dude. This is a full-time job. Alright. Unit respawn. Alright. Unit respawn is the first thing that happens. Then there's an action to wait. No worries, Duck. No worries there, Duck man. We're actually going to set them initially to move in the same direction as everyone else. Alright, after 20 seconds, they get told to attack the target. So every 240 seconds, they get told to respawn. The object that is being respawned is the torpedo bombers. Target is USN TB spawn. Should keep formation. Never mind. I don't know what that does. Alright, torpedo spawn every 240 seconds. Spawn gets made available to the players for 30 seconds. After 20 seconds, the units are told to attack the IJN Armada. Players can follow them to the Armada. Even if you are the only torpedo bomber that spawns in, you will at least have these guys to follow. We are also action unit set properties. Unit set properties, USN TB bombers get movement parameters, throttle set to 69. Make them nice and easy to stay in fucking formation with. Alright. That should be good. We're missing the dive bomber spawn. But I feel like we're good. The only other thing that I need is a victory trigger. Victory. This is a periodic event. The condition is unit win status. The object is the center carrier. Another object is the starboard carrier, and another object is the port carrier. Center carrier, lead starboard carrier, lead port carrier. The object type is alive. Check objects, any of them. With my control inputs and end up either correcting or overcorrecting for mistakes often. Any tips, or is it just get good? Smaller inputs sooner. It's not get good. It's trim your aircraft. 1. If you ain't trimming, you ain't winning. A nice smooth trim profile will allow you to keep your controls, your mouse and keyboard, like your mouse in the center of your screen as often as possible and still fly straight. So trim. Make your dead zone for mouse and keyboard 0. No dead zone. Get rid of it. Then set a key binding on your keyboard to center your mouse. I use end on my like, you know, underneath scroll lock. Like I just press that, and that puts my mouse perfectly in the middle of my dead zone. So like if I'm ever curious, if I'm like putting input on my aircraft and I'm like, I think I got it. Like with 0 dead zone, it can be really hard to park the mouse where you've got neutral input. So you could press end, trim your aircraft, and make the plane fly nice and smooth. And with those things, with a trimmed aircraft, no dead zone, and making small inputs sooner, that'll help a lot. But at the end of the day, the fight's a fight. You know what I mean? Like, shit happens. Shit goes sideways real quick. You know, sometimes you're gonna be like making panic movements. It's gonna happen, and sometimes it's necessary. But giving yourself like some solid controls so that you can make that no dead zone, 0 dead zone. Get rid of it. Absolutely. Lowering sensitivity can help too, but I think we've already talked about that. That's the only reason I didn't mention that. Pretty sure you and I have talked about that before, right, Urban? You've already set sensitivities and stuff as I think. Okay. Mission mission failed. Else action. Mission completed. Okay, when the carriers are alive, do nothing. If all 3 carriers are dead, play mission failed for Team B. Play mission completed for Team A. Alright. If all the carriers die, blah. All right, and then IJN spawn number 10. We are going to do one more. No, we're not. Yeah, we are. Area 12 now exists. And there's another trigger for stop US spawns. This is a periodic event that plays every 30 seconds. The condition is anyone in the IJN fleet unit when in area. The objects are the center carrier, the starboard carrier, and the port carrier. When the objects are in area 12, when that becomes true, we are going to disable the hell is this Christmas ass shit? Trigger disable. And we're going to trigger disable USN TB spawns when they are in area. And that is when any one of them are in the area. Okay. Okay, I think, unless I'm missing something, which I probably am, I think we're ready to test. Dickjer07, my guy. Take care, Brother Bear. Yeah, guys, I think I'm ready to test this out. Oh man, what a whole ass situation here. Okay, this is PvP IJN v USN Carrier Fleet Sync. USN Air Carrier Fleet USN v IJN US Air Carrier Sync IJN. Alright. Save that. Mission settings. Mission. This is IJN Carrier Fleet Defense. The levels is AVN Pelelu. Got that. Atmosphere, we'll worry about all that later. Alright. Save it. Save it. Minimize it. Bring it in here. We're going to go into the BLK file dump. We're going to upload a file from CDK BLK. Upload that. Post it. Right click it. And copy link, post the link. We are going to delete the S, and we are also going to delete everything after the question mark. We're going to post that. We're going to copy this link. Oh my god, I hope this fucking works. I'm nervous. I don't know why I'm nervous. I've done this like fucking 100 times. I'm always nervous when I fucking put a bunch of work into something and then I always forget something. There's so much shit you could forget. There's so many fucking moving parts, and I told myself I wasn't going to do that many moving parts. I didn't. I actually did a good job of keeping it pretty basic. So I feel like we're going to have some like minor stuff, but as long as the spawns work, should be alright. Alright, we're just going to grab a alright, we're going to check simulator battles for aviation. SBD3 is 1.7. SB2C 4 is 3.7. Alright. Japanese ships. We just go up to like 5.0. USA, is there anything crazy at 5.0? Not really. Nothing that causes me too much concern. Alright, first things first, gonna be, we got an aircraft, so we're good there. We got some ships that are 5.0-ish. Fuck, I'm nervous. About to find out. Missions by URL. Add mission. IJN carrier v USN Air. Mission URL. If it's gonna fuck up, that would have been a really big time for it to fuck up right there. USA versus Japan. So far, so good. Limited fuel, yeah, sure. Maximum battle time. We're just gonna cook this out for like 10 minutes. Unlimited respawns. Country selection is USA versus Japan. Minimum BR is 1.7. Maximum BR 5.0. Include bots, yes, because I do want to see some shit. Bots and ships, yes. Keep destroyed units, yes. Number of players, 64. Join in progress, yes. Allow empty teams, yes. North America, no password. Let's see how it goes. I'm on Team B. My ships are highlighted correctly. My aircraft is highlighted correctly. So it recognizes that there are naval spawns and air spawns. So far, so good. Please. If it's gonna fuck up, this is another really big place where it can fuck up. If my game crashes, we know I really fucked up. Hasn't crashed yet. That's really good news. We're killing it so far, boys. Alright. That's already not good. We've got our carrier spawn. Let's see what happens when we take our carrier spawn. How much time do you need to reach the Gripen from rank 1? Man, that's a lot. You paying money? You flying sim? Alright, well, we are already spawning on our aircraft carrier. And we are not out of bounds. Our carrier fleet appears to be intact. Nobody's going the wrong direction. Our bots are all spawning, not colliding with our fucking ships. So great job, bots. Here come the bots. First spawn looks good. Our battleships, are they visible? They should be in this direction here, like somewhere out there. Let's scan the horizon and see if we can see them. If we can't see them, that's good. I know they're there, but hopefully we can't see them. No sim, no premium, no spending money. It's gonna take you a fucking hot ass minute, bro. Are you a god at the game? Are you the best fucking Warthunder player I've ever seen? Thought I caught a glimpse of one of the battleships way the fuck out there. Alright, that's our island where our torpedo bombers have spawned. Let's go see if they're out there. Fleet. The fleet looks good. That's a good looking fleet. That carrier right there already looks like it's fucking up. Is it going the wrong direction? No. Is it just going way fucking slower than everybody else? Somebody remind me about that. Port side lead carrier. I need to change it to a Shikaku. But yeah, that's the only thing I've seen that's wrong so far. The second thing that I see that's wrong is I don't see the enemy torpedo bombers yet. They've got about 2 minutes of flight time to get here. And, oh, tracking something. Nope, that's not tracking nothing. I feel like I should have seen them by now. Did they pass by me? My carriers aren't firing. I don't see or hear. They would have spawned right over there and they should be coming my way. And I'm not tracking anything with the gunners. Here comes the first Zig. Oh, that's a good looking Zig, boys. Except for you. Fuck you. You're doing a terrible job. Everybody else spot on, boys. Yeah, hell yeah. Alright. That looks good. Alright. Something is up with the torpedo bombers, but honestly, this is going fantastic. I expected way more to go wrong with this. Don't know where the torpedo bombers are. What we may need to do is check the validity of that spawn. Alright, so already item number 1 is change portside lead carrier. I'm sorry, yeah, portside lead carrier to Shikaku. Second thing we need to do is investigate. Oh! Is that what it is? I think I know what it is. Hold on. Before I get too distracted. USN TB spawn. Enable after complete. Motherfucker, dude. Ah, it gets me every time. I always fucking forget one. And I did forget one. Enable after complete. I forgot 2. Enable after complete. I forgot 3. That's good. Don't need that enabled after completion. Hell yeah, man. Those get me every fucking time, and I never goddamn learn. Alright, let's save that. Let's also take care of that Shikaku. It's the port side carrier, which should be this one right here. And we're going to a Japanese carrier, Shikaku. And we're going to save that. Save, don't crash. Save, don't crash. Save it again, just for good measure. Alright. Still no eyes, ears, or anything on the USN torpedo bombers. They probably flew off like that fucking way because they didn't get, because they got respawned and they never got, I don't know, I'll have to look into that, but let's check ship spawns. Ship spawns might, oh, they are working because the bots are good. And I'm not seeing fucking trails of the ship spawns being left. That's interesting. This closes in 51 seconds and number 2 is already open, closing in 48. So that's going to be the last spawn for this one. Let's spawn in and see what happens. See if I'm out of bounds. Oh fuck, I'm out of bounds. Oh fuck. Oh geez, oh fuck, oh boy. Alright, let's race towards the middle of the map and see how far we gotta go before we get in bounds. If we can even make it in bounds. This is gonna be... either way, this is broken, but if I can make it in bounds, it might be just a simple matter of scooching the old... that should be the center of the map right there. It's supposed to be 64 kilometers squared, 32 kilometers from that center right there. I feel like we're within 32 kilometers, so maybe the info we looked up online is not accurate. So this might be a big fuck up here. Not that big of a fuck up, but it's a fuck up. Well, you look like you're doing okay now. You just ain't got no exhaust, Lieutenant Dan. You didn't look like you were moving before. 10 seconds and I'm still not in bounds. Alright, that's not gonna cut it. Let's bring in the PG-02, it's faster. We'll race towards the middle again. See, I'm wondering if that's the fucking boundary. It's not that big of a deal because we can just go open water. That's the easy fix, honestly. Like, we don't fucking need the islands. If this thing can't make it, then nobody can fucking make it. That's for gosh darn sure. Yeah. Yep. That's what I was afraid of. We're almost through the entire fleet. And we've got no joy. That's interesting. Oh! There's a time limit. That wasn't my trigger. That was the time limit. Okay. Let's modify mission. Let's come in here. Let's check. What are we checking? Ah, yes. We're changing this to levels. Let's see if is there a Peleliu that I can just... There is a Peleliu bin. Okay. Let's check the scene view on Peleliu. Non-avian Peleliu. Are you guys coincident with one another? Or are you crashing into it? Okay. Hey. That'll fucking do. Alright. Cool. Let's save this up real quick. Let's save it up. Let's go back to the BLK file dump. We'll worry about the torpedo bombers in a minute. Let's resolve the boundary issue first. All of that should be good. So we've got a new file version. We're still on Peleliu. We're actually on the historically accurate Peleliu now. Not that that matters, but good morning, Crew Lone. We're making a mission for you guys. This was saved at 4:47 in the morning, which is what it currently is. We're going to copy that link, paste that link, delete that S, and then delete everything after the question mark. And it's Crew Lone. Alright, and then we're gonna paste this in here. We're gonna try it again. This is why we test. Alright. So far so good. No crash yet. We're ready. Start it up. It recognizes air and sea. We're good so far. Man, Cruel One, I don't know how to fucking read, man. Man, why is the underscore after the one, bro? It should have been cruel underscore one. I'd have nailed it then. All right. We can spawn on our carrier. Let's try the port carrier. Oh. 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 I think I see the problem with the torpedo bombers. Remind me that I saw the problem with the torpedo bombers. Let's check the port carrier and see how fucked up it is. Are you a Shikaku now? Yeah, you are. Good job, Shikaku. Alright. This bad girl is in the air. And now she's in the water. Perfect. Let's bring in our ship. Fingers crossed, boys. Hey! We're not out of bounds. Let's go. Alright. We got some shit fixed up, dude. Hell yeah. I'm alright, Cruel One. Alright, well, anyway, we got that problem resolved, and I think I see what's wrong with the air spawn. I'm going to test something out real quick, and if this works the way that I think it's going to work, then I know exactly what's wrong. Okay. It faded away. I might have to wait. I'll find out in probably 1 or 2 minutes. Yep, do it for Dale. Situation resolved. I had the wrong map layout. I had the naval version, which I thought was the correct one, but I just found out that I needed the historical version. That's the furthest boundary, so if that one works, then they all work. So we're fucking good. Is torpedo damage bugged? I haven't noticed or heard anything about torpedo damage being bugged. My torpedoes are working, bro. I've been fucking killing this shit. Ostrupin. I've been killing the shit out of ships with torpedoes. Alright, I'm going to give this one more minute. It should happen in about 55 seconds. If it's broken the way that I think it's broken. But we're going to find out in about 45 seconds. Welcome to CDK, boys. Fucking 30 seconds, 25 seconds. $15 seconds. Still nothing. 10. 5. Yeah, bro. Super angry spaghetti code. Alright. Any second now. And I got a 30-second window when it happens, if it happens. See, I shouldn't be seeing that out there. There it is. Yep. And I got a 20-second window. No respawn. Base to start. I know what that means. I think I know what that means. Okay. Alright, let's save this up. Let's close out CDK real quick. Open it up. Get a fresh version running. Because CDK does not like to run for more than like 2 hours at a time. With lots of changes. Alright, yeah, load up the Peleliu base. Load up our CDK, BLK, PvP. Mission's good. Alright. Alright, first of all, you're almost correct, but you're not correct. And there's several things that can make you not correct. Unit went in area 12. You guys never got to area 12. Any objects disables trigger. Trigger did not get disabled. Trigger was working. USN TB spawn. Initialized it. Mission. And then a periodic event with a 240-second cycle. Actions. The units tried to respawn before there was a respawn available. So up that action, wait 1, and up that unit respawn, mission mark as respawn point, team A. Got it. Air, good. Now, it said no respawn base. I'm missing. Are you still above the ground? Yes, you are. You're 500 meters in the air. Alright. Let's try it one more time with those fix actions. Let's upload the new file. This was saved at 4:56, which is the time now. Let's copy this link. Let's paste this link. Let's delete that S. Let's grab everything after the question mark and delete it. Let's copy that. Let's go back into Warthunder and modify mission. Okay. Throw that in there. And start it up. Good to go. All that is correct. And then we are going to grab USA. We're going to grab all these will work. The Japanese fleet is good. We do need to eventually run, I'm going to run out of time, but we need to run a time-scaled mission and quadruple the speed. And I'll do all that off stream. You guys got to see the building of everything from scratch. Hey! Okay. Well, so far, this is great. Let's bring in the P-61 so I have third-person gunners so I can look at what the fuck is going on. And we're gonna fucking beat the fucking... Yes, dude, nailed the time. Alright. And here's torpedo bombers. Our torpedo bombers are back. Great job, boys. Oh, they're gone. And they're back. Alright, let's watch these guys and see what happens to these fucking guys. Alright, they spawned in. And they are circling. 20 seconds has gone by. You guys should be moving to attack the carriers now. You think the eye tracker's a pain in the ass? Bro, it's anything but. And let me check your ordnance real quick. Why do you have bombs? Bro. Alright, we'll look into that later. They're supposed to have torpedoes. Let's go test out the anti-aircraft. Yep, it's SBD. Should be an SBD with AN1 torpedoes, not... I think they're both. I'll have to double check in a second. But first I'm going to test out the AA here. Been really thinking about getting a full setup for semi-air, but turning your head at that angle to see the screen feels weird, doesn't it? What, like this? This is how much I have to turn my head, man. No. Not at all. There's accelerations for it. So like if I want to look behind me, like I'm only like 20 degrees off. Or if I want to look straight up, like my head only goes up like a little bit. Your eyeballs move in your head, so like my head never really leaves this plane of existence. And it's way better than VR, which is in 1-for-1. So if you want to see behind you in VR, you have to physically turn around all the way. Well, Hadriel, the curves are all customizable. This is what's comfortable for me, but if you found my settings to be uncomfortable, you could adjust your curves however you want. You can make it more or less aggressive, more or less smooth. You can adjust all 6 degrees of freedom to your own personal preference. Alright, let's see if these aircraft carriers shoot at me. They should start, like, real fucking soon. I feel like there's a problem. Copy that, Ostrupin. We'll get that fixed up. Thank you, buddy. That would explain. I mean, you can get a three-thing curve monitor setup, man, but it does not matter. Like I said, the curves are completely adjustable, so you could fucking play on a 5-inch monitor if you want. And you can look around very comfortably. Alright, I hear them shooting. They started shooting real fucking late. Okay, alright, okay, Jesus Christ. Yeah. They work. Good job, Japanese Navy. Fuck me, dude. Alright. The accuracy seems decent. Oh, fuck me, dude. Blew my whole goddamn right wing off. Bro, mouse and keyboard is... Oh, shit, why did I go back to hangar? Fuck. Nah, we're good. Alright, boys. Mouse and keyboard's totally doable. I play mouse and keyboard all the time. At work, I don't have all this shit at work. I play at work all the time, dude. Like, mouse and keyboard actually has huge advantages for certain types of fighting over joystick. Booming and zooming with mouse and keyboard is fucking one of the largest areas of deflection you can possibly have. I mean, mouse and key, like, the mouse is literally a joystick. It's just a joystick with a gigantic deflection area. And the other huge advantage is this. I'll show you. You should still trim with MKB, to be clear. You don't have to trim, but you don't have to trim with a joystick. You don't nobody has to trim, and the only reason you don't have to trim is because we don't have weight of controls. Like, a joystick user can hold their joystick off to the side as well. You could put your mouse off to the side. You still shouldn't. You should trim your... You should keep your flight controls center at all times. You want full deflection in all directions at any time. You don't want to start maneuvers outside of center, and you want your rudder to be trimmed up and whatnot in order to... No aircraft is going to have a trimmed up rudder for you. Like, you've got to adjust that, and if you don't, you're just going to be flying slower than everybody else for no fucking reason. Alright, so mouse and keyboard advantages, right? Like, if I were... So when I play mouse and keyboard, like, I've got head tracker on right now, so it doesn't work. But at work, like, if I want to see up and over my nose, like, I come down here and I do that, right? But I can't see my sight. You know, my sight right there. It's not really down to preference. I mean, again, nobody has to trim. Like, nobody's going to hold a gun to your head and make you trim. But if you don't trim, you are flying slower than everybody else. And you are flying with less deflection angle in some particular direction at all times. If you are just using your mouse to offset it to one side and that's how you're trimming, you're not getting the most out of your aircraft. It's like... It's like, I don't know, the equivalent of, like, just... Oh, what would the equivalent be? I don't know. It'd be like fucking playing jets with a fucking air brake out, like with a really weak air brake out all the time for no fucking reason. You know what I mean? Like there's some jets where like their air brake is like, are you sure it's an air brake? You know, where like the jet is so powerful, like the air brake is just holding you back a little bit. That's what you're doing if you don't trim. You are just slowing yourself down. So if people are catching you, or people are out climbing you, like yes, there's going to be an aircraft performance difference, but if you're in the exact same plane and somebody keeps, flying faster, higher, and climbing better than you, that's why. And then it doesn't come down to skill, it comes down to trim. Gotta trim your plane. This thing right here needs to be in the middle. And the only way to get it there on mouse and keyboard is to trim it. Once it's in the middle, you're fast. You're as fast as your plane can be. Alright, so Hadriel, mouse and keyboard advantages, right? So you see, if I pause my head tracker and I center it up, see how there's like this little tiny dot in the middle of my screen from the mouse and keyboard thing here? So I'm just flying with mouse and keyboard now, right? If I were booming and zooming on people, and when you're booming and zooming, you're going to be pulling extremely high deflection shots. Now, if I, as a joystick user that does not have that dot in my middle of my screen, if I raise my head, I don't have this fucking dot in the middle of my screen. Mouse and keyboard user does, and you can use that as an aiming point, which is fucking really handy for being able to actually see your target beneath your nose and have a fixed point out in space to be able to use for aiming. Not only that, but the amount of deflection area, like my joystick here, if you look down here, it only moves so far, right? I've got like maybe like 6-7 inches of travel, right? Versus my mouse, which has like as much travel space as I have desk space for, right? Like I'm kind of cramped down here just because of my setup, but the wider of an area you have here, the more precision that you can have in here. And now in turn fighting, like joystick takes it in turn fighting because I can more quickly and confidently cross controls, and I can pull like the insane AOA fucking turns that I need to, like when I'm like turn fighting somebody, like pulling out flaps and fucking with my rudders and doing all kinds of crazy shit like this, and somebody's on my tail and I'm taking them to the deck and whatnot. But when it comes to booming and zooming, the name of the game is smoothness. And nothing is ever going to be as smooth as a mouse. This is unbelievably smooth. And if you are diving at somebody, which you should be, you should get energy advantage, you should dive on people, you should come in high and fast. I mean, like, that's like the whole just side climb bro thing. Now, not everybody takes time to do it. It is a bit of a patience thing. But if you take the time to do it, mouse and keyboard will serve you very well. The other really nice thing about mouse and keyboard, and this is the reason that I use it even on my home setup when I have joystick and shit, the other really nice thing about mouse and keyboard is it makes energy flying so much more convenient, because you can literally just fly AFK. So let's say you just took off and you're like, oh yeah, that wingling dragon guy told me that I should spend a couple of minutes climbing before I go into a furball, right? Well, I can just bring my gear up, I can just put myself in a little bit of a turn here, trim my aircraft up, set my throttle at a nice comfortable cruise, put my nose up high enough to maintain about 160 knots in the climb, leave my mouse sitting right there, and then I could just get up and walk away. and I can go use the bathroom, I can go fucking have a pizza, I can stretch my legs, I can pet my cat, whatever it is that I want to do that is not holding my aircraft in a awesome VY 152 knot cruise speed climb doing 3,000 feet per minute, spiraling over my own friendly airfield batteries, and I can go take a pee. I can go walk away to pee, and then when I come back, I'm at 12,000 feet over my friendly airfield batteries. You want to know where that aircraft carrier is? Right there. So, and what Duck is talking about, so this is like simplified mode. So like this is your dogfighting mode, right? You come into standard, and in standard you can like actually, you know, perform like rolls and go upside down and everything like that. Like this is what you would use if you were, you know, actually like in the fight. So you can go upside down and your plane's not trying to like auto level. But you can just sit here and fly this thing nice and smooth and level, and you have one of the most precise joysticks out there. You do not need a joystick for any of this shit, and you have an aiming point of reference at all times, even if you can't see your sight. So, but then when you go into simplified mode, then this is what you would do like if you needed to go take a little pee break. You just come into simplified mode. Now simplified mode keeps you kind of like level, right? So if I try to like push my wings all the way to the right, you'll see I'll get to about 90 degrees and then it'll stop. It stops rolling. It will not go upside down, not purposefully. Like you can force it with like overriding it with the keyboard controls. Like if I wanted to complete the roll, I could just sit here and hold my D key and it would complete the roll, but then it goes back to 90 degrees and it stops. So obviously the plane has enough to turn, but I have to manually press the key. But this simplified mode kind of like keeps you level, right? So if you just park your mouse right here, you will stay wings level, and you will stay like at that attitude and climb at a really nice circling airspeed the whole time. And you don't have to fucking worry about it. Whereas if I did this on joystick, if I tried to do the same thing with a joystick without mouse and keyboard controls, I would have to sit here and like trim my aircraft just ever so precisely. I'd have to sit here and like fuck with all this stuff, and I still probably couldn't leave it alone, because if my trim was even a little bit out of whack and I slowly started drifting off to one side, and I'm not here to interact with it, my plane is just going to continue rolling and descending, and eventually I'll die. But in mouse and keyboard mode, I literally just park my cursor right here, and the plane will pick its nose up automatically. It's like an auto leveling feature, and I don't have to touch shit. I can fuck with my trim all I want. Still need to trim, Snowman. Still need to trim. If you don't, so Snowman, you see that black dot right there? Like, if I don't trim that out, I'm flying slower than I should be. I gotta come in here. Mouse and keyboard will not trim for you. You gotta put that in the middle, and now you fly better. You don't have to do it, but you should. Morning, Jay Johnson. 07 to you, brother. And you should also configure your aircraft. So you want this to be your starting reference place. And if you trim this thing out, and get it to where it stays wings level. Also, that only works in simplified mode, which you should not be using in a fight. You want to use standard in a fight so you can actually perform like complex maneuvers. But you want your aircraft to be level and climbing and doing everything that you want it to do. Well, I mean, if you're gonna go AFK and go use the bathroom, like whatever, who gives a shit? But if you want to actually get the most out of your plane, like you want to, even in mouse and keyboard mode, you want to trim it out and get it right where it needs to be, so that when you want to move to the right, you've got all of the right movement. When you want to go to the left, you've got all of the left movement. If you're using 5% of your ailerons just to fucking hold the plane level because you don't want to touch the trim, then you only end up with, you know, partial of your left plane of travel here. Like if you start here, then you can only go from here to here, and this is all you got. And sometimes that can make the difference. I mean, it's not going to make the difference all the time, but all things being equal, the person who trims their aircraft is going to win the fight. If somebody's consistently not trimming because they think it's not necessary. That's I guess, to expound upon my point, what I'm saying. Like, there's just no reason to fly slower than everybody else. You know what I mean? Like, if you're doing it to gain an advantage, like, oh, I'm flying slower because I'm bringing bombs, but I'm using the bombs to do shit. Cool, yeah, whatever. Fucking do your thing. Or it's like, you know, I'm flying slower than everybody else because I'm trying to save fuel, so I brought my throttle back a little bit. Yeah, fucking, that makes sense. Like, you're trading speed for some other advantage. But if you're just flying slower than everybody else because you don't want to do this, then, I don't know, like, you're just hurting yourself. But I gotta go to bed, boys. I fucking should have gone to bed a little while ago. I gotta go eat Qdoba and then go to bed. But you know what? Today was really good. I'm not gonna lie. The fucking CDK went really fucking good today. I'm 95% of the way done. We fucking knocked this shit out. We went from this. We literally drew this on stream. And I'm gonna keep this. This is a piece of art. No, this is part of the file, right? We went from concept to reality in one stream, and we tested it, and almost everything worked. A couple of things are broken, but I know what's broken and I know how to fix it, and nothing is insanely broken. This is one of the things that's broken. These are the wrong type of aircraft. We need to get Warthunder Wiki S Air USA. We need to find a torpedo bomber. What's a good torpedo bomber to use? TBF? Yeah. TBF 1C? I don't know if those ones are having trouble dropping their torpedoes. I think. I can't remember, but we'll try them out. Let's grab the TBF. Last time I tried them a couple of months ago, they were having some troubles. But we'll throw in these. Can't remember if it was these things having trouble or not. So we got your modifications, AN Mark 1 and bullets AN Mark 1 1. Give him a torpedo. He's doing a torpedo attack. That's probably why they didn't move to attack, because I told them to do a torpedo attack and they didn't fucking have torpedoes. So that makes sense to me. All right, let's close this out. This is good. This, we are going to save it to the CDK file. USN v IJN carriers. We're just going to save that just so we can reference it later in case I do forget anything. But yeah, boys, we went from this to a working fucking mission file that's almost player ready in record time. And that's the first time I've done CDK in a while. So definitely great success there. Appreciate all you guys helping me out. Oh, I'm the only team simmer? Fuck. Alright. He's gone. Yeah, Duck's not on. Grumbles is on, but he's doing Vintage Story. Oh shit, MDC 5000 is on. Hell yeah. MDC 5000, be out here, babe. Alright, we're gonna go raid a non-team simmer, but a good friend of the channel. I will see you guys hopefully sooner rather than later. Until next time, fly safe. Good hunting. 07.